Yeah. That's the new one. Hey, Thomas, just working on getting everyone moved over. All right. This is not giant. There we go. I think that's working. So should be able to still hear something in the background at least. And yeah, everything should be fixed now. Welcome back, John. Sorry about that, guys. I have to work on getting a cable strung out here so I can connect to the internet that way. Because I think it's probably my. Um, I was looking at the signal. It was like 1 bar, so it's probably way too low to be trying to run a OBS stream through it. So hopefully this works out a little bit better, and everything stops buffering every couple minutes or every couple seconds.
The world.
I know, Thomas. This is all sabotage because I didn't play on Saturday. I was there for round 1 and 2, and when I didn't get into round 2, it was getting kind of late, and I was getting really tired. So I decided just to back out from the backstage. And then I also figured just the way the categories were going, it was going to be an enterprise category, which I would have had. Which when I was watching, I didn't know any of them. I knew three of the Asian characters from that round, and then I probably would have gotten like maybe 1 or 2 of the of the alien ship anagrams if I was lucky enough to be able to pick the category. But the rest of it, I just had no idea on their other questions. Like the planet ones, wouldn't have gotten any of those. So rounds 1 and 2, I had all the ship anagrams for both the Klingon one and the Federation one, and then I had all good things ones, and I had most of the planets. So I would have done well in round 1 or 2, but round 3 was definitely it would have been like a negative score for me on that one. I was watching the entire night. I just wasn't saying anything because I was too angry about the intentional cyberbullying.
Cinnabon, there's a setting to make your picture a lot bigger than mine. Since nobody wants to see me, everybody wants to see yours. Well, that's one way of doing it. But there's
what's the other way?
there's one where you have one big square. No, it's on the bottom, below, something like that. But yeah, that's
There
a
we
good
go.
one. This way, if other people come on, there's a little slight for us. Although, to be honest, if it's just me and you, I'm perfectly fine being hidden. Just having your screen.
Just added the link. So yeah, anyone's welcome to come up tonight. There's the new StreamYard link. I think I pinned it, but there we go. So if
Thomas,
anyone
I
wants to
can't
join,
promise.
feel free.
I can't promise my shirt stays on. My public
You don't want
wants
Bird
to see
shirtless,
me.
Thomas? That was hot. That was maybe too hot for YouTube. You noticed that right after Bird did that, he shot up to like 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah, that's what it took.
That clearly was the catalyst.
Whole lot of fan mail from state prisons. It's weird. I'm big on the
hopefully it was
inside, I'm told. I thought it was a Doctor Who joke, but I'm not so sure. Scared to play. I don't think Cinnabon's ever been scared to play, Professor. It's just
I fear nothing, Professor.
you guys
It's just getting
have
too
a
late,
history.
and I was getting very sleepy.
Yeah, you guys have a history of rigging the board, especially the late stages.
I know. Hey, 47, yeah. Bird and I were just talking about that. We can smell your fires down here. And we need to add some more wood again. Fuck it, we're just gonna throw this entire bundle on. It's actually really dry here too, Tokyo. I mean, not Tokyo, 47, but amazingly, it's not like, it's still pretty green around here, so I'm not too worried about starting a massive grass fire. But we got the hose turned on behind me just in case something goes massively wrong. Hey, Tokyo, he'll never play again nor claim he's from New York ever again, that's for sure. Okay, why? I mean, I can understand not claiming you're from New York, but I don't see why you wouldn't play again. You did pretty good. You did better in that third round than I would have. And you guys all banked some points, so next week I'm gonna have to hit the link fast enough so I can get in the first round and then hopefully win all 3 rounds to make up a huge point deficit. Oh, the Joe DiMaggio one? That's right, you put Babe Ruth. That honestly, before I looked it up, that's what I would have said too. So don't feel too bad.
I was thinking Babe Ruth, but I put in Joe DiMaggio. I was like, holy shit. It wasn't until we talked about it at the end that I realized what happened.
Yeah.
And then luckily spell
that was the
check
first name that popped in my head.
fixed DiMaggio because I spelled it wrong.
So I was sitting there when I was watching. That's the first thing that popped in my head was Babe Ruth. So I was like, yeah, it's Babe Ruth. And I was like, wait a minute. And then I looked it up real quick. And I was like, wow, I got that wrong. You only need to make, what's the third place point score right now, Professor? Isn't it like around, well, I guess that's only like 4,000. That's like one game, I guess, to win. But I'm sure Mikey will play every week, so he'll just be able to add on to his points, and he's being smarter and not going into negatives.
Sorry, Professor. What comment? I only asked Bird. Lol. Bird 045. Only good emperors rig games. Only God emperors rig games.
When you're an emperor, that's your right.
It's not a rigging. If it's yes, what I do isn't rigging. It's my will.
Exactly.
And right. It's like prima nocta. It's like prima nocta for games.
Heck yeah. Speaking of rigged, his friend at church got him to start last night's sermon with Qibla in front of the entire congregation. That probably confused a lot of
Nice.
people.
You haven't read the Bible. You read it in the original Klingon.
Exactly.
Somebody remind Salty of that on his next church life.
Professor, why don't you just come up and talk to Bird? Unless you're too scared.
Easy.
Does the fire frighten you?
Like, why would you run? See, this is what I don't understand about AI. Like Tokyo right now is saying you should run the entire King James version of the Bible into ChatGPT to get it into Klingon. Well, why does ChatGPT need to translate it to Klingon when Google Translate already has a translate feature built in? You just have to paste it into Google.
Yeah,
Why would you paste it into ChatGPT? It's like just needlessly complex, making it more complex.
Well, wouldn't ChatGPT be able to just look it up itself and translate it without pasting it?
You got to still, well, I guess you could say, hey, ChatGPT, translate the Bible to Klingon, and it should do it itself. But, God damn it. Google Translate is a trash tool. Because Google Translate is cheap and it sucks. But who's going to do the it's still going to be the freaking Google translation.
I mean, that's true. I mean, ChatGPT has to translate it from somewhere. I'd assume it just uses like Google Translate it for itself.
I could understand a language, maybe like between English and Spanish, where there's a ton of reference material that maybe it could figure out how to do a translation on its own. But no way. I don't think there's enough reference material between Klingon. I mean, I guess if there is, it's English and Klingon, but that'd be it.
All right, I need to get some bigger logs. I'll be back.
Professor Brainy Specs of Cinnabon. Bird of Prey 5 is in third place. Cinnabon is pushing wood onto the fire. Is in third place, currently tied between Bird and Mikey. Wow, we're both tied at 3,500 points. Tokyo says it's not ChatGPT, is a language model. And John DeMarco saying, so you're saying Google Translate should be hauled away as garbage? And Tokyo says, yes, exactly. And Tokyo says, for example, I can put something like Gigglygook, and Google translates usually sucks and says, and movies you go, when the actual translation that ChatGPT will output is, I'm thinking about going to the movies. ChatGPT thinks about a cultural connotations of what it's translating. Interesting.
All right, hopefully that'll work better.
Thomas Potts has noticed how Jeff didn't respond to Cinnabon asking why he won't join.
There's much fear inside of him, Thomas.
We're learning all about the language model of ChatGPT.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna use the translator and see if it recognizes come on, translate. You know, the Google Translate app doesn't even recognize it. Probably because there's too much English around it. Tokyo, put that into a chat by itself once for me, will you? Because Google Lens usually does has been doing a better job at just. I mean, it does a really good job with Korean because I was playing a stupid Korean game the other night on the computer. I had to use the phone to translate all the text. All right, so you just put something in there. So let me see if this grabs it. Sometimes it just doesn't grab it off the screen. Yeah, it's it's going crazy trying to take the photo of the words translators. Looking for results. Nope. Google Lens is stumped. using AI to answer questions is going to make everyone dumber. That's true, Thomas. It'll make everyone dumber, but they'll feel smarter, Thomas. And feelings are the most important these days. Professor's allergies are bothering him. It's been bothering me too. Our pollen count was ridiculously high today, so it's been pretty bad for allergies here. GPT also translated it wrong. Yeah, I mean, I don't think ChatGPT is the best translator either. So I guess we're kind of discovering that the dream of a universal translator is pretty far off still. Should take some Benadryl, Professor. ChatGPT actually sucks in a lot of ways. It was meant to write programs for lazy programmers, but half the stuff it spews out sucks and doesn't work. Yet he finds the English to Japanese translation to be one of the most accurate on the internet, period. Okay. Actually, I never really used ChatGPT. I tried using it once before you made a scoreboard. Tokyo, I tried having it make me a scoreboard. Do the programming for a scoreboard for me, and the Python compiler just would never recognize the program. It kept saying there were errors in it. I tried asking ChatGPT to fix it several times, and it would just keep getting more and more errors. So I gave up. I mean, otherwise, as far as just like looking stuff up, I don't think ChatGPT is really faster than just looking it up yourself. Tokyo usually puts his code through it and say, I want to do the specific thing. The stupid thing rewrites his code, and it's like, this is better, and breaks your code. Yeah, that's what I was trying to. Because I was trying to. Every time it would spit out a code for me, I would tell specifically what I wanted it to do, and then like I said, it just would never compile and run. So after about 5 attempts, I gave up. Need ChatGPT 4 to do anything worthwhile, and even then.
Hey, so you got to pay for it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is that the paid one? So no, thank you. Tokyo pays for it. Uses the new 4A, 4O model. Sucks even worse than before. Pay service. Tokyo gets access to all the cool AI tools like art generation. That's cool. Well, I just use the because I've been using the program. This one I use. I just use Starry AI for like the ones I've been doing, and that works alright because you can't like use it a lot because you only get you have to log in every day to collect 5 lumens or whatever, so you can do free art generation. So I just log in like every day quick to just claim the free lumen things. So I got like a bank of 40 or 50 that so I can at least run like 4 or 5 prompts plus do some variations. I did a new one for the Jeopardy last night for my avatar screen, but it's on the other computer. Professor knows from first-hand experience, but have read it does better than the 3 models. John's a big concern that we'll get to ChatGPT 5 and it will start saying things like this unit must survive. Microsoft Edge has that stupid Copilot that can do art generation. It sucks. Yeah, I turned off the Copilot thing. Thomas rather uses his stupid brain than AI. So do I, Thomas. So it doesn't seem like it takes any longer just to put your question into Google to look up what you want to look up than it does to ask ChatGPT anyways. So then at least I can look up several different answers to my question versus just whatever ChatGPT spits out. Considering we know that when ChatGPT doesn't know something, it just makes it up. Besides, doesn't 4 just collect a shit ton of information on their users now? Professor knows Thomas has a brain, and it's far better than AI. But he does not have a stupid brain. It's quite intelligent. Tokyo says no, it belongs to Google, Gemini. Well, I mean, it's AI. I mean, I'm sure that. Well, it tells me it's not any better than Google. AI Copilot is now in every version of Windows. As far as Professor knows, B5 is still on for tomorrow evening. just can't get into that show. Gonna cut this short. Time to get ready for work. Boo. And what do you know? Have a great chat. All right, have a good day, Tokyo. Impatient. I thought the professor said I was too impotent. I was like, what the hell, man? I am sort of impatient, Professor, but I'm just not. I've never been a TV guy. Or TV and movies. I've just never. Movies more than TV. I used to watch a lot of movies when I was younger. But, yeah, I just never watched a lot of TV, ever. The only TV I ever watched where I would actually set time aside to make sure I watched every episode was, the Star Trek series, Stargate and SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis. I'd make sure I'd watch most of those episodes because I really enjoyed it. And then, what else was it? The Deadwood and the Rome series on HBO I really liked too, so I watched all of those. I really didn't in the beginning, Professor. I kind of stopped watching DS9 in season 2, like midway through season 2, and I didn't pick it back up until TNG ended, and so season 4 when Worf joined, and that's when I kind of went back and started watching all the rest of the episodes when they were in reruns, and then when they first came out on when they were finally out on the streaming channels and Netflix, I would watch all the DS9 episodes, and then while they were on Netflix, I used to, for several years, like all the time, I would just have Star Trek. I would just start an episode of Star Trek and just let it keep auto playing pretty much all day long in the background. I would just go through TNG, DS9, and Voyager just over and over again. Sometimes I would watch some TOS stuff. It wasn't until like the pandemic and we were all locked in the house all the time is when I started having like TOS, like the entire run of TOS just running in the background while I was doing other things too. There's no series called Stargate Discovery. Stargate Universe, I only watched I watched the first few episodes and then it just got too slow and soap opera-y, so I gave that up and then went back through every now and then, just watched certain episodes. There were a couple of good ones, but for the most part, I thought that series was just way the hell too slow.
Stargate Universe was the discovery of the Stargate
Yeah.
Universe.
It's true. It was just way too much of a departure of the other two series that I just didn't like it. I don't know, I might.
Yeah. I mean, Stargate used to be fun.
Yeah,
It was,
it's like they just threw away everything that made the series popular and just kept the gate.
and Eli was basically Wesley Crusher. Like, who the
Yeah.
fuck makes a show based around Wesley Crusher and expects it to be good?
Oh my god, it's Specs.
Hello.
Can this be?
Ooh.
Is it really you?
Or is it
I think it's an
Memorex?
AI. What's going on,
Welcome,
Professor?
Professor.
Greetings, gentlemen.
I'm guessing you're here to defend Stargate Universe.
Well, not really. I just want to say why they made it so edgy, so different. They had the hit series Battlestar Galactica on the Sci-Fi Channel, and they wanted something similar.
Oh, I know.
And it was starting to get good toward the end of season 2, I thought, but that's when they killed it.
Yeah, I like there were a few episodes at the end of season 2 I liked. The one where they met themselves in time or whatever, or the one where they met up with their descendants or whatever was pretty good. There were a few episodes of season at the end of season 2 I liked.
Well,
There were a
the crew
couple
started
good
to
ones
work
in the first
together.
That's true. The chick with, what was it, Lou Gehrig's disease, though? That storyline was just really annoying.
I really don't remember that.
The one who was paralyzed, but she was in love with the crazy doctor.
Okay. Crazy doctor.
Whatever. The smart guy who
What is
wasn't
it?
Wesley. Old Wesley.
Old Wesley. Okay.
Mr. Lundell. Stargate Universe. Edgy? What the fuck? Well, they were trying to be. And in doing so, they just got rid of all the fun that was in the first two series.
Yeah, it was a lot less fun. I agree with you. As far as
I
Babylon
always thought it
5
was too bad, though.
goes, go ahead. As far as
No, go
Babylon
ahead.
5 goes, it seemed to be a little bit of a delay or something. It's weird. As far as Babylon 5 goes, it gets really good towards the end of season 1, and it just ramps up from there. You had to wait until it started to do that, but it had a lot to set up. It didn't have
Well, I
the
mean, I saw a
advantage of
couple of,
Star Trek.
Yeah. I mean, I saw a couple of these, like the standalone movies that they did, and they weren't terrible.
Mhm.
But then, I mean, it was so much more serialized that I remember jumping back in just on a random episode one time back when it was like in season 3 or 4 or something like that. I was
Mhm.
confused because I didn't realize that they switched the commander. I was like, "Who the hell is this guy?" And then, yeah,
Well,
I just didn't.
we'll get there.
I was just lost in the story, so I just felt like it was one of those series that if you didn't watch it all the way through, you just couldn't like just pick it up in the middle. In the middle, I just
It's
kinda
like a
gave
good
up on it.
novel, and it was pretty much planned out from the beginning. And welcome, Mr. Londell.
True. Hey, Mr. Lundell.
Hola.
Hey, Mr. Lundell. Good to hear you.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, the VFX were just so horrible. I just couldn't take it.
For which show?
Babylon 5 is what he's talking about.
Babylon 5.
Yeah, though that you know, the computer graphics were just so damn clunky.
I don't think they were that bad. If you
Oh.
watch it on the DVDs where they go to widescreen, and because the effects were only done in 4:3, so they have to zoom in and crop it, and it just that looks terrible. But if you watch the HD upscales, they're pretty good.
Okay.
My opinion.
All I remember is watching it on TV and then having the live action. And then whenever they did like an exterior shot, it just felt like we were going into a video game. It's terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
It just pulled me off.
And TOS had great effects.
Yeah.
It
No.
did?
I mean, you look at the original prints of TOS. I mean, the special effects are seamless
I wouldn't go that far.
for the most part. They are
I mean, I
seamless.
admit that TOSs aren't good, but I mean, that was just a product of the time, though.
They're not good by today's standard. See, but there's
Well,
50
B5.
years between. It's 50 years.
Yeah, and that's why I could
between
get past
now
that.
and then.
Well, again, B5 didn't have the money the Star Trek of the 90s had.
Well, hey, he should have got on his hustle. I mean, just
We were lucky to
right.
get the series at all. And I'm sorry,
Well, I mean,
I'm a fan of classic Doctor Who, which had horrible effects at times. And I don't care. It's the stories, it's the
well, I know, that's why
characters.
I can't
it's-
watch. Yeah, I just can't watch original Doctor Who. I've tried. Well, okay, I've tried once. It was on Netflix. It was that episode where they're running around this shitty pyramid. That was clearly the same set over and over again. They were just running around in circles. It was so terrible. I just could not get through it. I watched like 10 minutes of it.
Pyramids of Mars, I think, is what you're talking about.
no. That's the keys of Marinus.
Oh, is it black and white?
Yeah,
Cinnabon?
it's a first Doctor's episode.
No, it was
Was
in
it
color.
black?
I'm pretty sure it was in color.
Okay, I think you're talking
Pretty
about
sure it was
Pyramids of Mars and Tom Baker. The guy with the long
Think so.
scarf.
Yeah, it was one of the later Doctors.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Good story, just the effects and sets and stuff. They just didn't have the money.
Yeah. Now, I always thought that, like, well, because, British television was just filmed different. I think they were, like, I have no idea. I'm not even going to say, but their scenes, like, always, like, felt flat. Like, they're filmed on, like, videotape.
Well,
You know
they
what I
did.
mean?
They did
They always
film a
seem to, like,
lot on
lack
video.
depth, so it's-
And the other thing
yeah, that's
about
what I
it,
was
British
assuming, because it had, like, video quality.
British television came from British theater. so it has a theater type quality to it. American television came
That's
from
true.
American films. It sprang from American films, so you get a different feel to it.
Yeah. Except for TOS sometimes, and that just bothered me too because it sometimes just felt like you're watching a stage play.
Yeah, I can see that.
Essentially, you are watching a stage play, regardless of what program it is, what type. It's a stage play.
Well, you know what I mean. It was more like the structure of it and like the dialogue and blocking just felt more stage play than television.
Guys, I'm going to call it a night, but I'll be listening.
All right,
right.
Have a good one.
Bird,
You have a good night, Bird.
you take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Kapla.
Kapla.
Thomas says Gary Baldy was a great captain. Okay.
Garibaldi's
If you say
chocolate, isn't he?
if you think so, Thomas, I'll let you think that.
What, the HD thing for TOS?
What's
Or
that?
the Garibaldi thing?
The
do you
Gary
mean? Do you
Baldy
think that?
thing.
Oh, okay. I was just reading
I don't know.
the HD. The Paramount did a great job remastering TOS. Am I the only one that didn't hate the new effects for that?
I liked some of the new effects. Some of it was well done, some of it not so much, but
And well, yeah, that's true. But I mean, I liked it. I liked in some of the back in some of like the planet side scenes. They got rid of just the colored sky. They actually put a background in.
yeah, they did some nice work on the matte painting type stuff. The remaster.
That's what I meant by like. That's kind of like what I also meant by like stage play, where like whenever they went to planets, it was just you could tell it was just like a red light, on a back wall somewhere.
That's got to do with budget.
But yeah, I like
and
the.
time
I
and
didn't
everything
mind the
else.
new effects because like. I'm sorry, what, Mr. Lundo?
That's got to do with the budget they have and the shooting schedule and okay, and the time that they have and all that. So, but that really didn't bother me. Those backdrops. I mean, a sound stage with backdrops.
Well, you were probably watching First Run, right?
No, probably.
You were probably watching that off First Run, right? Yeah.
No,
see, I
I
didn't.
watched it.
I
Was in
was born in
syndication
'79,
when I was
so
watching it. I think it had
okay,
just
because that's what it was for
started
me too. I'd be
syndication.
watching it like in the afternoon. Okay.
What was that, Mr. Londo?
It was probably just in syndication when I started watching TOS. So
Yeah. So I mean, you were
I remember
closer to
my
the
parents-
time that it was made, though.
yeah,
I remember my parents watching TOS and syndication, like around the time Star Wars came out in theaters.
Yep. So I remember, like, my first memories of watching, because that was like one of the few shows my parents let me watch when I was a little kid. So, and that was on. It was usually on in the afternoon after school. So, that was one of the shows I would watch.
Thomas calling us names in the chat. Salty Specs and Salty Bunny.
What are you talking
Very
about?
classy, Thomas. Very classy, Thomas.
Why am I Salty Bunny this time?
Thomas, I just commented
John-
about you.
John thought the TOS remaster effects were good for the most part. I enjoyed them just because they just matched up more like a more modern aesthetic. You know, makes it easier for me to watch, I guess.
Mhm.
I really liked what they did with the Ultimate Computer with
remember-
the space battles.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. The space battles were a lot better with the new remastered versions because they were actually you could actually see them battling. It wasn't just lines, them saying lines or watching the Enterprise just like move to the left.
A little bit of that is they stripped out some of that stuff for syndication to put more commercials in. Some of those
I didn't
episodes
know.
were like 52 minutes in length. You know, they had to crop it down to like 46 minutes to get more commercials in.
Yeah. I remembered you, John. I was just too busy being salty bun, complaining about TV.
Hey, Kronos.
Hey, Kronos.
What's Mr. Londell up to lately?
Right now I'm picking up putting the pieces back together after the power outage.
Oh. You had a power outage, storms or something?
Storms north of me, and it was like 200,000 people here in Dallas without electricity.
Wow.
So,
Not fun.
Sucks.
We had a storm move through here about 2 a.m. this morning. Lasted a good hour and a half.
We haven't had any good storms this year. Jealous.
Thomas says, sounds like he needs to change his fire alarm batteries.
no, those batteries are new. They're hard. It's the hardwired part of the system. Every
That's
time
been, yeah, Thomas, that's been chirping since 2019.
no, it has not. Okay. This time tomorrow, you won't hear it anymore.
It's because the electric went out.
Yeah.
Got it. Beep. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
That's all right. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna get some more wood.
Yeah, that fire's dying. Dying. I thought it was getting pretty high there for a bit. A while back, I thought, oh no, you're going to burn your backyard down.
Why didn't he just go to Home Depot and buy a fire pit like normal people do?
I'm not going to answer that.
They're what, like $60 at Home Depot?
Cardo says, fire it up.
Ah, hell with it.
And John, oh, hell with it. Are you giving up on that? You're too impotent. I mean, impatient, Cinnabon.
I don't have the patience to pile it up nicely.
John says, need more fire if you're going to toast marshmallows and engage in sing-along.
Didn't bring any marshmallows out here today. was eating a strawberry shortcake while we were talking earlier.
Welcome 47 Yorktown. What's wrong with marshmallows, Kronos?
It's too much sugar.
You're not a sugar guy?
Not a huge amount. I can eat like one or two of them, but after that, it's just too much.
Yeah, too much sugar is a bad thing. Although in Pepsi, you got to have real sugar.
Pepsi.
None of that fake.
It's the devil's drink.
None of that. Hey, watch it.
Pepsi's the official drink of Discovery.
Prove that.
Diet Coke is the elixir of life.
Oh, yuck. Diet anything. Yuck.
I don't know why. I mean, I used to hate it too, but I don't know. At some point, I just got used to the taste, and now I'm like addicted to it. I think.
That's probably explains some things. Thomas says, at least John uses the correct spelling. Erno says, please, not ST5 references. Erno's singing.
Is Star Trek V an actual dream, or is it a view of what Kirk really experienced in the Nexus?
Star Trek V is just Kirk's fever dream. Most of it, anyway. Thomas is asking, did he... Sorry.
No, it's all right. Heavily addicted, Thomas. 12-pack a day addicted.
Wow. Yeah, that explains a thing or two.
What, my incredible health?
Yeah, no.
Sure does. Diet Coke preserves all your insides for eternity. I will live forever.
Diet Coke is probably, it's probably the most disgusting tasting thing I've ever had. All of those diet sodas.
I agree with you, Mr. Londell.
Just look.
Wow.
It was meant to have sugar in it, preferably cane sugar. Okay.
That's why I drink Pepsi with real sugar.
That's terrible for you.
Thomas says, I was about to say, if you don't think having 6 a stream is addicting, then you are nuts. Well, it's debatable. He may be nuts anyway.
It's not 6, Thomas. It's more like 5.
5. Thank you, Kronos. Pepsi is better than Coke.
More like Gator. Wow. A cult of Pepsi.
Oh, here we go.
How much is PepsiCo paying you guys?
I'm a Coke person, so
0. They're paying me nothing.
Yeah.
Welcome, Gorilla.
I think your Pepsi money would probably rival Omni's Paramount money.
Oh, you're cutting in and out, Cinnabon.
We're buffering again. There we go.
Corona says Coke tastes whiter.
Hey, Gorilla. How's it going? New avatar. See, I can stop Nope, go ahead. Gorilla's got a new avatar. I can finally stop confusing him for Resolute Germ. I always just see the green in his old avatar and figure it's Resolute.
I haven't seen Resolute Germ in a bit.
Neither have I.
Gorilla says, this kid is going to give me an aneurysm.
Yeah, give it to the kid first. You can't let that little bastard defeat you.
Your child was quite active during a question of Trek this morning, Gorilla.
Yeah, what's this
no,
bullshit about? No, go ahead.
As far as I know, Kronos, Germ is not
Go ahead,
here.
Professor. I was just going to say, what's this BS about question of Trek ending in a tie?
That was Conti's decision. I have no idea. We're going to continue next week.
There has to be a winner.
We'll have a winner maybe next week.
Can't be ending in a tie. That's anticlimactic.
It's European. Conti is from England after all, so yeah, there you go. Bruno says, nice fire pit. He's a pyro.
Can't throw a sofa in. We're not live out in the sticks, Gorilla.
Thomas, we were quite
city neighbors. No, go ahead.
We had a pretty quick show today, Thomas. It was under 2 hours. It was even under an hour and 45 minutes. Quite short for us.
It's pretty short.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely need a tiebreaker. Can't leave it as a cliffhanger.
We used to do tiebreakers. We'd have somebody from the chat come up and ask a question.
That's right. I just happened to stop by Mikey's chat for a few minutes this morning, or this afternoon. I see he's mad that he's not going to get to play next week.
Yeah, well, I told him off because he was really ragging on Conti.
I saw that. I was laughing. I was like, wow, man. It's just a game. Relax.
Well, he's complained about not getting on Jeopardy.
Oh, I know. Well, I've seen him in the backstage, like when he misses it, when he's not in a round, or like when he got dropped off a couple times because of his connection. He's just like, I'm depressed. It's like, dude, come on. Question.
Oh, we've had him on a question of Trek not too long ago. He says weird. Yeah. We don't have enough variety. We don't have enough different people playing, he says. Been a while since Gorilla was on. He was on this morning.
Yeah. You guys usually have somebody different every week, right? I don't think I've
We
noticed that
try
we've had,
to.
like, someone on week after week after week.
If we repeat, it's because we are having trouble finding somebody different.
Yeah.
So we go back to somebody that's been on recently.
That makes sense.
But yeah, we try to mix it up. We used to have a lot of different people I really didn't know. Conti knew or found. Half of the time, people don't show up. That's the problem. Say, oh yeah, I'll be on the show, and then it's like, oh, I forgot, or I think we lost Cinnabon. Oh no, we
Uh-oh.
lost Cinnabon.
Now we can take over the stream.
Yeah. No shirtless people today, Thomas. And Gorilla says, I had a good question for Stump Conti round. Yeah, Conti got rid of that round. I'm not quite sure why. And oh boy, now I'm in control, I guess. That's exactly my point, John. Mikey, John says, Mikey has been on AQOT several times already. Time for other people to have a chance. You know, John, I don't think you get to play enough. I think you should come on. Mr. Lundell, you're always welcome if you want to play.
I never can remember. I never can remember to even go there.
We're in trouble now. Maybe. He's trying.
Oh my God.
No, Thomas, I have not taken over another stream. Just filling in as our gracious host is trying to get back in. Bird says, I missed the round, making questions for the other team. Yeah, I like that round too, Bird. Not sure why we got rid of that one. The only problem with that round is when people don't submit questions to me in advance, and then they come up with these off-the-wall questions that, you know, take time to research, and you just don't have the time during the stream to do it. And then you have to go, well, okay, if that's what you think the correct answer is, I guess we'll go with it. There was one time where I forget exactly what it was. Somebody came up with a question during that round, and there were like 18 answers or something. It's like, there's no way I can come up with that in the short amount of time I've got, because you didn't submit it in advance. Cinnabon says, stand by. Oh, can I sit by? I'm sitting. John DeMarco says, I like playing, but I also don't want to take a spot from someone else who wants it. Well, that's very gracious of you, John. However, you know, you don't get to play Jeopardy. So I feel you deserve to be on a question of Trek when you would like to. You do a lot of work and put a lot of time into Jeopardy so other people can have fun playing a game. You should be able to play as well. Bird says, don't accept. Yeah, that's an option. And I have done that on occasion where I've told people, well, you know, that question really isn't a good one to bring up on the spot, or maybe it just wasn't an acceptable question all around. Something you couldn't really verify. So that has happened on occasion. Thomas says, what did Gene Roddenberry have for lunch on September 8th, 1966? I don't know. What did he have, Thomas? You tell us. Gorilla says, what code did Data use in Brothers to lock out the ship? Now, that's an interesting question because there's actually two answers to that. The code that appears on the Lacar's display and the code that we hear Data say in Picard's voice, they are different. And I actually did a joke about that on A Question of Trek.
See, besides, it's no way anybody can actually memorize that. Let's just face it. That's not trivia. That's minutia.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Lundell. Yeah,
What?
welcome back, Cinnabon.
My router decided to restart itself for some reason.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you. Thank you for holding down the fort.
Did my best.
Thanks, Kronos. It's not big enough, though. It's dying down again. We have to get some more wood.
You need to do what Mr. Lundell suggested earlier. You need to go out and get one of those fire pits.
I suppose. I don't know if it would really be any different, though. It's just all this wood is so dead and dry that it just burns down super quick.
No, the point I was trying to make is the fire pit looks nicer than a damn hole in the ground.
That's true.
Yeah, your neighbors see that, they like, the hell is wrong with him? Yeah.
It's actually our neighbor. It just has like a enormous mound that's piled up in their backyard. And we've got our the yard is surrounded by a shit ton of lilac bush hedges, so it's basically a privacy fence. No one can really even see over here. It's kind of nice. It's okay, Thomas. Someone had to take over for a little bit while I was gone. Jeff was kind enough to step up to the plate.
I knew it was your stream, and as soon as you got back, you were back in control.
So my yard smells like what? A little like lilac and a little bit of musk, Thomas. Yes.
Oh my goodness. My eyes are itchy.
Yeah, the allergies. The allergy meter up here was really high today. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's not too good down here either. It's funny. I'll go like 2 or 3 days like this, and then the next day it's super clear, wide awake and alert and doing great. And then like a day or two later, it's back the way it was.
Yeah. It's that time of year, I guess.
Yeah.
I suppose you have off tomorrow with the holiday, huh?
Actually, I have this whole week off. I'm taking a week of vacation. Yeah, it's my birthday this week, and also I was running out of they call that where you can only accumulate so much vacation and then you can't accumulate anymore.
Okay.
I was up against that wall, so I had to take some time or I was going to start losing time.
Well, that's nice. You're gonna do anything special for your birthday or for your vacation time?
I don't have anything really planned. Probably go out to eat on my birthday.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I do too. I haven't done anything for my birthday since I turned 21.
Cronus wants to know, Bunny has a birthday?
Yeah, technically I do, but I haven't celebrated it in so many years that half the time when someone asks how old I am, I have to quickly do the math in my head.
Same
Yeah,
here.
the older you get, the more you have to think about how old you are. Just a number.
Yep. Yeah, I don't care about my age either, Tom. I mean, Kronos.
I just tell people I'm 953.
The only time I care is I still get a little bit annoyed, and I still get carded all the time for cigarettes. And when I try and buy lottery tickets, and when I go to the casino, I always get carded. It's bullshit. And then whenever they see my birthday, they're like, "Oh, you're older than I thought." It's like, well, fuck.
I went to Walmart about a month ago and I bought a couple of cans of air.
Mm-hmm.
And the cashier, she asked me, "Are you 18?"
Oh my god. Are you blind, lady?
I said, "You want to see my ID? I'm 52."
I do that too. I'm like, I'm over 40. Do I really need? They're like, I need to see your ID. You're not 40. It's like, all right.
That's Walmart's damn policy for cigarettes. They card everybody.
Yeah, that's where a gas
I've
station.
seen them card little old ladies when they buy cigarettes. I'm like,
It's dumb because I've seen people that physically look younger than me. No problem. Don't get carded. I get there and they card me instantly. It's like, God damn it.
oh,
What's really annoying is it's the same cashier every fucking day. It's like, do you not remember me? You need to see it every single day.
That sounds racist.
I know. It's like I should just do that next time. I'd be like, it's because I'm Asian.
Cronus, are you saying you don't have ID?
It is bunny profiling, John. It's ridiculous.
Don't bring her any viruses. Bring her any viruses.
Who?
What are you talking about, Thomas?
I don't think I'm riddled with viruses.
Well, I'm glad you have an ID, Kronos. That's important. Kronos says, "Don't STD." Oh no, it's an Omnicast. He's in the chat.
Hey, Omni. This is the burn. I was very depressed earlier, and I just started a bunch of wood on fire.
Oh my god. Stupidest plotline in Star Trek ever.
I know. That's when I stopped watching.
John says, "Don't tempt me to deduct points from your total, Omni."
Minus 10,000 points.
Thomas, obviously you didn't remember what happened to Cinnabon at the post office or UPS store.
Oh, yeah. That
What
was
happened?
fun.
I don't remember.
Yeah, some lady accused me of being Chinese, and said that that if I was standing too close to her, I needed the social distance because she didn't want me to start another pandemic.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I do recall that story now.
Another crazy white woman, huh?
Yep. Crazy old white Karen.
Those are the ones that do that kind of stuff.
It's like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm not even Chinese. you people, you people come to our country and spread disease. I should have just started coughing.
Oh, Kronos, get over there and provide more wood.
All right, Kronos, I'll go get some more wood.
And Thomas says, Omni's here to spy. Well, why would he need to spy, Thomas? I really am interested in this, Thomas. Why Omni would have to spy? What's he spying about or for? Ernest says, my log is not on fire. Ouchies.
That's good. When your log starts burning, you need to go see a doctor.
Yeah, no kidding. Thomas, why coming here would benefit him in the games? I don't get it.
Yeah, Omni, you're welcome to join if you want. The link should be pinned.
And no, he doesn't get handed points.
It's all right. You can admit it. It's not a secret anymore.
Oh, Omni is driving. Well, drive safe. Not sure why you're texting while you're driving. That's not driving safe.
You should. That's good. You're multitasking, Omni. I applaud the effort. In fact, let's help Omni relax after a long day. Go ahead and take your hands off the wheel, Omni, and close your eyes.
Yeah.
Take a couple deep breaths.
Recline that seat. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Recline the seat.
Oh my God! I can't believe you're stooping that low to get points to win this tournament. Wow!
We don't want you to feel restricted, so you might want to take off that seatbelt.
John says points must be earned, not given away. Okay, Thomas, I want to know what I lied about. Come on, tell me. And I need you to prove that I lied.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh? You have an uh-oh.
As everyone knows, the burden of proof is on the defendant during a civil trial.
This isn't a civil trial.
It's a campfire tribunal.
What are we uh-ohing, Mr. Lundell?
You threw it back in his face. Just wondering what his what his retort would be.
It's going to be some made up. It says audio evidence of Omni is the proof.
Oh.
And if you would
like
take
college,
if you take the full contents or context rather of that, Thomas, you would know that it was said in jest.
Do we really know that though?
We do.
I don't know. I think the jury's out on that one.
Huh.
It's a little bit better, Kronos, but it's already almost all those sticks are burnt up almost already. It's so dark over by the wood pile now. I just have to basically grab handfuls of whatever's in front of me.
But it is a nice fire.
It is. It's nice and warm. The mosquitoes finally decided to stop snacking on me.
Nasty creatures. Mosquitoes.
They were so bad this afternoon. I was out here trying to plant that other garden plot. I had to wear long sleeves out here, and it was like 1,000% humidity, so it was really warm. But they would just attack my hands. Every like couple seconds there'd be like 4 or 5 of them just attacking my hands.
Oh my
So I
god.
had, like, ridiculous welts all over me later on, just itching my hands all night long.
I only thought they did that in northern Canada and Alaska.
They all need to die.
Kronos says fire attacks everything.
Except for ants, Kronos. Ants have been surviving every one of these fires.
I saw your video with the ant holes.
There were so many of them in there. It was crazy.
I know. Like they're taking over your backyard.
They are.
Why were you digging up ant hills?
Well, their main house is where the pit is. So that's why I dug it there, because I was trying to burn them out. And then they moved into the ash pile. It's around it, and dug underneath it. Because once tomorrow morning, when I move all the fire shit out of there, they'll be building their house in there again, most likely. And then they have entrances now all along the outside of the ring, outside of the hole now too. So they're just relentless. I can't get rid of them.
Okay, Empire of the Ants, people.
Ants are jerks, Kronos. You are correct.
At least it's not a giant fire anthill. I found one of those near where I was gardening. But they don't actually bother me. These ones are just everywhere.
Oh, Thomas has a solution for you. Get some termites and watch them go to war with the ants.
That would probably not be good, Thomas. It's an old house. It's got too much wood. They would just probably come and eat the house.
That's what I was thinking. John states, they invade our fire pits and we fall back. They assimilate entire ash piles and we fall back. The line must be drawn here.
And I will make them pay for what they've done. I was thinking maybe I should just melt a giant tub of aluminum from all the Diet Coke cans and pour it down their house.
There you go.
Oh yeah, we get to see him build a crucible. That'll be fun.
How hard could it be, right? I mean, Got the backyard now to do it safely. Maybe we'll actually try that one of these nights.
We're not going to talk about that, Kronos. That sounds like a personal problem to me.
Then you definitely don't want termites in your bed, Kronos. Saw a video of ants and termites going past each other, and in between their soldier ants and soldier termites facing off. They were protecting the workers. I mean, that would be cool to like video. And I sat and watched those stupid ants building their entrance for like a good hour and a half the other day, just because there were so many of them, and they're all carrying like chunks of rock, and there's dropping them off in a neat pile. It's like, wow, it's actually kind of interesting to watch. Then there was a dead one, and they dragged the dead one inside, I'm assuming to eat it. And then I saw a couple of them like grabbing like big leaves and dragging those things around. That I've got an old projection TV. Have you seen that? I think they're mostly shorts, but that guy on YouTube that like built a giant death ray out of a TV lens,
No, I
melt metal and shit. I've got one of those,
really?
so I was thinking maybe we should just frame it up and build a giant solar ray. That we would probably burn down the neighborhood with, though.
That's exactly what I was thinking. We're going to see you on the news.
Japanese man surprise attacks the neighborhood. It's Pearl Harbor Part 2.
You're right, Kronos. That's not right. That's all right. I don't either, Kronos. I don't know my Japanese.
Nobody does.
Tokyo does. He knows Japanese.
I know it partially still. I can't read it anymore, but I can still read some. But it's mostly just listening comprehension now. All the symbols have fallen out of my head. Yeah, Kronos, play the tile game, and you'll be forced to learn some Japanese.
That's an interesting noise I hear in the background. It sounds like a droning noise.
Oh, you know, it's probably the microphone's probably picking up my laptop fan.
Wow.
Well, because the microphone's actually sitting on the laptop.
Okay.
So it's probably vibrating through the stand.
Welcome,
Hey,
Mercer. He just watched Orville, Midnight Blue.
Which episode was that?
I do not remember.
Shit. Midnight Blue.
I don't even. What season
Oh,
was
it
that?
was toward the end of season 3.
Towards the end. I did not see it. I tapped out during season 3.
Yeah, that was a good episode.
Was that the episode with like all the multicolor fireflies flying around on the planet?
That's the one where Topa's captured.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
I just couldn't remember the title of that one. No, Thomas, you are not a loser and you are not annoying.
I agree. I'll be back. I gotta go find some bigger logs.
Mercer says, yeah, the Fireflies. Yeah, that was a great episode. Building up to the finale. Oh. Loser is a good song, says Kronos. Who sings that? I need to rewatch the Orville again. Bruno says Beck. Now my problem is it's not on Disney Plus anymore. I wish they'd release it on Blu-ray. I'd buy it. I know the first season's on DVD, but I'd want it on Blu-ray on all 3 seasons. Mercer, I couldn't agree more. Domino is like the Star Wars movie we never got. In some ways, it is very much like Star Wars in feel.
What was that episode?
That
The last one, right? From
it's not the very last one. It's episode 9 of season 3.
Oh, okay.
They dropped it from Disney Plus, and they move it somewhere else, or they're just not streaming it anymore.
It's still on Hulu. It's just not on Disney.
Huh, that's weird.
And I dropped Hulu a while back.
I think they did that just to try and grab a wider audience.
I think they get a wider audience on Disney.
Really?
Now, Disney does not know what the hell to do with Orville, okay?
I can tell them what they can do with Orville. They produce another season.
They don't realize that. Or either they realize that they either know that they should, but maybe Seth won't let them stick their hands in the pie. Okay, because look, everything Disney has that Disney has touched has gone to shit real quick.
Yeah, you're pretty much right on with that.
I liked the X-Men 97 show that they just did.
I haven't seen it. Excuse me.
It was pretty good.
Mercer says he heard that Doctor Who isn't good this season. I have not watched it. I've not seen it since the last David Tennant special from December.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I don't know if I want to even try to watch it.
I've seen videos pop up where they're talking about they've lost like 500,000 viewers or whatever.
Oh, they've lost more than 500,000. I mean, and I don't think there's any Doctor Who supporters out there now among the fans.
Oh, I know there are some.
It's the younger crowd that likes all the messaging bullshit.
The younger crowd's not watching that. Okay. If they were, the ratings wouldn't be as lousy as they are.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess they're not watching it, but they're definitely making it for that crowd.
Russell
Have a
T
good night, Thomas.
Davies. Good night, Thomas. Have a safe trip home, Thomas.
Russell T Davies.
Yeah, he is writing Doctor Who right now for what he knows, and that's the LGBTQ plus crowd.
Didn't they also bring Moffat back to do some writing too?
He did write an episode. It aired not this past Friday, or Saturday, but the Saturday before.
Mhm.
And he's also writing the Christmas episode this year.
Oh, so
Real
they're going
woke-tastic
to a Christmas
adventure.
episode.
I'm sorry, Mr. Landau?
They're going back to doing Christmas episodes.
Yeah, they started last year with that. They had a Christmas episode with the new Doctor. Ncuti Gatwa is his name.
Because let's face it, I was off the reservation with Doctor Who before they screwed up, with that one episode, the Timeless Child. I barely made it through her first season. The second season, I'm like, no, I'm not doing this.
Her first season was dire. There was only one episode I think is even watchable.
You've only seen one or two of her episodes.
And from what I'm gathering, I've not watched it, but from what I'm gathering, the current episodes are making Jodie Whittaker's episodes look like Genesis of the Daleks. Excuse me.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible.
Yeah. And for those that don't know Doctor Who history, Genesis of the Daleks is considered one of the all-time classics.
I was never a huge Whovian Kronos either. I watched mainly through who was after Tennant, that other guy.
Matt Smith.
Yeah, I watched like half of his run. That was pretty much it. Then I just check in every now and then.
Oh, you guys don't know the half of it. You should start with An Unearthly Child.
Absolutely. I agree. I have half of the classic series on Blu-ray. They're releasing them on Blu-ray. There's another one coming out next week, season 20.
They pretty much compile all the lost episodes that they had of the original stuff finally, or?
No, there are 96 episodes that are missing.
Yeah.
They've animated about half of them.
Okay.
Oh.
And they claim to be constantly searching for others.
Yeah, they are looking. There are people out there going places, hunting down clues for missing episodes.
Because I keep hearing so much about the Marco Polo episodes.
Oh,
I do want to see them.
Yeah, that's one of the big ones that's missing. That 7-parter. Season 1.
Do you guys like the animated versions of the remade of the ones that can find?
It's a mixed bag. Some
Yeah.
are well done. Some of them, the animation looks pretty crappy.
It's crappy in all of them. To me,
Oh, I
You
don't
know,
know.
they could have done more than just like a stick figure against the background.
Oh, it's a little better than that, but
That's what most of them look. Okay, the one where number one turns into number two. Okay,
yeah.
that one,
10th Planet.
yeah, Death Planet. That one, I mean, the only thing that's kept me watching it was they had the actual audio. Other
So
than
that's
that,
just
it was like, oh my god,
that's just it. They have the audio from every single episode because fans would record the audio as the episodes aired on TV back in the 60s. John, so the story about the missing episodes, it goes beyond Doctor Who. They recorded these on videotape, and a lot of series was on videotape, and it took up a lot of storage space. It was expensive to produce new videotape back then, so they would wipe the videotape and record new things onto them.
yeah, that and color had started coming in, and they just needed the space for the color stuff that they were doing. And let's face it, no one had any idea of the value, the intrinsic value of the stuff.
Well, they didn't think Doctor Who would be around, 60 years later. So, and it wasn't just Doctor
but I
Who.
mean-
It was a lot of British programming that got wiped.
Yeah. Well, hell, I think a lot of American stuff too.
A lot of the stuff in the 50s got wiped. BBC didn't start preserving things until much later than America did. But
I was gonna
see you
say,
later,
even if they
Cronus.
didn't- I mean, even if they didn't wipe all that stuff and throw some of it away, I mean, and just kept it all, you would think that there'd still be some missing episodes just from those tapes degrading over time if they weren't, constantly preserving things and
True.
doing transfers.
Originally, there were over 200 episodes that were missing, but they discovered over 100 missing ones that had gone out to other countries like the U.S., Canada, Australia, countries in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
New Zealand.
In the Wrath of Khan, you can see through the Enterprise. Whereabouts in the movie? Never noticed it.
And then they had to get quite clever with some of the restoration of those tapes that were found because, episodes that they found in the U.S. or Canada, they're in a different format. They're NTSC instead of PAL. So they had to do a reverse conversion back to PAL on those, and that introduced other problems that they had to figure out how to improve the quality of the video, make it look good again.
The Enterprise comes up behind the Reliant and the Nebula. You can see through it. Well, the pylons, you mean? Like when they fire the torpedo, you can kind of see like through that at one of the pylons at that point. It's the only time I've really noticed it.
I have never noticed that as many times as I've watched that movie.
I really haven't noticed it either, Mr. Lundell. I have to go back and look at it. I wonder if they fixed it at all in like the 4Ks.
Probably.
Mercer says no, the entire ship.
No, I never noticed it.
See stuff like that. I'm like, what difference does it really make? Okay,
And the only like defects I've really noticed like in those movies is in Star Trek 3 you can see the traveling mat a lot behind the Enterprise.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
Yeah, that. But
And Philip Gaming's in the house. Welcome,
Hey,
Philip
Philip.
Gaming.
How's it going?
Anybody would like to join? The link's at the top of the chat.
Anyone is welcome. Discuss whatever you want, as long as it's not about changing your DNA.
God. Oh my God. Mercer says, because it's in a cloud, so the haze could be in front of the ship.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think I've ever noticed it.
I haven't either. I wonder if John has noticed it. He hasn't commented on it.
John's probably looking it up right now.
It wouldn't surprise me, knowing John. Hey, Mercer.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey,
Welcome
Mercer.
Hey, so yeah, you can see it, but it doesn't look like a flaw because the ship is in this nebula. So all these cloud patterns and these weird swirls, they could be like sort of in front of the ship or around the ship. So you don't notice like flaws like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I can send a screenshot just so you can see what I mean.
Sure.
Hold on, let me see if I can do that. Give me a
You
second.
want to? While you're doing that, I'm going to go collect some more wood.
Did the nebula change the DNA of the ship so you can see through it?
We did, yes.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find a screenshot, and that way you can. Here's one.
Ouch.
Yeah, you can see it in this.
Careful,
image.
bunny.
Like with this image I'm about to send, you can see it right through the saucer section.
Omni, that would be Mr. Londell's smoke detector, and it's because his power went
One of my
out for a
favorite
bit.
shots in the movie. Whoa.
It's the electrical part that's beeping. It's not the battery. It will reset itself.
Now this is my favorite shot in the movie, and I hope they don't fix it, but I'll just show you what I mean. If you look at this shot with the Enterprise coming up from behind the Reliant, look at the pink wisp of cloud. It is going right through the hull of the saucer.
Hold on, I'll share the screen in a sec.
Are you
But
sure that's just not light? Bouncing off the hull?
The Enterprise is transparent because of the technology, but it looks great because it's in a cloud, so it doesn't really matter. You see what I'm talking about?
I do see what you're talking about.
Right through the saucer, the pink goes right up through it like a slash. And the blue goes right through it too, but you don't really think about it.
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, but you don't really think about it because they're in a gaseous anomaly. They're in a nebula.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's hidden well. If you look at it, just pretty. I mean, I can see it, but I mean, if you're not looking for it, it just looks like a reflection off the hull.
yeah, exactly. Or it just looks like maybe there's gas right in front of the ship,
Mhm.
But it was really like just kind of a happy coincidence that I actually I love old special effects. I love old
Yeah.
special effects.
I mean, it's definitely more visible, like right in front of the bottom dome part, and like right underneath the registry where that purple is, and it's
Yeah.
like where it's mostly noticeable.
I wouldn't change it at all. I just wanted to point it out.
Yeah, I never noticed that. I always assumed it was just lighting.
Yeah, no, I think it's one of the best looking movies I've ever seen, even though I've noticed a bunch of things about it.
I don't think a new battery would help Omni. Like I said, his electrical power went out, and it's the electrical part that's wired into the house that's making it beep, not the battery.
A friend of mine has that problem with his fired smoke detector. The thing is, man, I think I love models. You know, like how when the Enterprise realizes it has to leave as fast as possible, it doesn't just turn around. It kind of tacks its way out very slowly.
Yeah.
And music builds, and it gives a suspense, and then the ships feel like they have a lot of size and mass to them.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the problem I have with New Trek is that every ship flies like a tiny airplane, and there's no mass to it.
Yeah,
it's a little ridiculous.
I was watching, like I said, I was watching Midnight Blue earlier with the Orville, and when they finally decide to go to Earth, and the Orville has to leave the nebula, that's a great shot. And
that is beautiful.
That whole shot.
That was gorgeous.
Yeah, the way they showed the gases bouncing off the hull of the ship as they leave the nebula, great stuff. They really gave the Orville some weight in the new season in terms of, even if it moves faster than the old models do, they still gave it weight, and they really did great special effects stuff on the season.
Season 3 has some really nice shots with the effects.
And those Paradons, like I was saying in the chat, they remind me of the Vipers from BSG. They're really cool.
Domino did feel a lot like a Star Wars film.
Yeah. It's like my home theater test. I have certain things that I test my home theater on. I sometimes use any of the old trilogy battles, but I also use Geonosis. I love that battle. I know it's very cheesy, but I like Geonosis from Star Wars.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a fun battle to just test the home theater on, and then I use Domino and I use Identity. Those battles are great.
Speaking of Star Wars, this is the most odd like piece of trivia I learned the other day was apparently they never said the word Wookiee. I'm not Wookiee, Ewok in the entire movie.
No, they never did, but it is in the credits.
Yeah, I happened to see a short the other day about that.
Even my friend who had never seen, she lives in Romania, so she had never seen the films until a few years ago when I insisted that she saw it. She knew what an Ewok was, even though she'd never seen it.
Ewok did appear in the credits.
Right. That's what they're saying in that short. Yeah. I had always assumed that like they had like at least said the word once in the movie or something, but apparently not.
John says Domino had a better space battle than anything in the sequel trilogy, and I agree with him.
Yeah, I love even when they try to do damage to that. They just try to do random damage, and then the Mocklins have these countermeasures around the base. That's just awesome stuff. I just eat that stuff up, you know. I just love good battle sometimes. I'm a geek.
Space battles are awesome, except in new stuff. Like, I love
the Krill's reaction when they realize that the Kaylon have showed up. That's classic. There's a guy from Identity actually that showed up, and he's like turning against the Union. But then when the Kaylon show up, he's like, "Oh no." Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Cinnabon. Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I was just gonna say that like I like watching space battles, but like in the modern movies and even take Picard season 3, like when they have the Enterprise G zipping around inside the Borg cube, that just was so unbelievable. I mean, it looked cool, but
it's almost like movies.
Like, okay, that's not a real ship.
Movies seem to be pretty shy about putting space battles in. Like Star Wars had, the sequel trilogy, like John said, the space battles weren't very memorable. I think Scarif felt like a Star Wars battle. That was a good battle. The space battle, ground battle of Scarif from Rogue One. That was
Yeah.
good.
That
But
was they did pretty good with that one.
That felt like it felt right. I like that one. But a lot of movies, you don't see space battles anymore, even though
No.
they could do them. They just don't.
And when they do, they look like airplane battles.
Yeah.
That just pisses me off.
And the new show, The Acolyte, looks like it's all in like a village or something. I don't understand what's going on there.
I
Yeah,
have not watched that at all.
No, it's coming out in like a week. It hasn't started yet, but all the trailers are in a village or something.
Oh, come on, John. That was Data flying. He could make the Enterprise fly like that. I'm playing, John. I'm playing.
It was a kind of a cool sequence to see, but I mean, at that point you just stop believing it's a real ship because there's no way it's going to move like that.
Yeah. And Omni, I completely agree. Babylon 5 got the physics of space battles correct. Often got it right.
I like some. I mean, it doesn't have to be completely like perfect. Like I like when the Orville is spinning like a corkscrew as it goes through a battle. I think that they did in season 3 a lot. I love that stuff. Like in that domino battle, or when Gordon comes up with he's like, why don't I do a corkscrew maneuver? And he's like, what is that? And she's like, what is that? And he's like, I don't know, I'm just making it up. Double helix maneuver, or whatever he called it. I love when Gordon just speaks out. He's like, against the Mocklins. I love the fact that they had that happen. He basically calls them assholes right in public.
Right. Yeah, you're right, John. Of all the Starfleet vessels, the Galaxy class is probably the least able to maneuver like that. And Omni says the Neelix maneuver?
No, the helix maneuver. The helix maneuver that Gordon does.
I think he's playing with you a little bit.
I mean, it looked cool, like the whole hugging the donkey thing. Let me look cool, but even in that, it just strains reality so much. Just because
I'm not talking about the hugging the donkey, which is my bumper sticker. I'm talking about in the episode where they go to Krill and they have to escape.
Oh no, I was just using that example because I've been seeing the other one you're talking about.
I did like
Go
Serenity Battle. And I'm not familiar with that franchise, but I went to see Serenity in the theater, and that space battle was pretty good.
It's just when like large ships make maneuvers like that. It's like you don't have air resistance to be able to put you into a turn like that. So it just makes no sense. It just the amount of thrusters you would need to be firing to be able to change your inertia. It's just and they always just show it where there's just like the one engine in the back. It's like, well, it's not going to work that way because you don't have that air resistance to bank you into that turn.
On says the Neelix maneuver involves shooting his better than coffee substitute at the torpedo tubes at the enemy.
When I was watching
Gums up their
Andor,
weapons.
I have expected for Saw Gerrera's team to actually do the raid, and then but they actually decided not to do it. Like he was going to be reinforcements.
Mercer, that Acolyte show, that's not out yet, right?
No, it's coming out in like a week.
Did you see that one scene they dropped like yesterday or whatever, or not
where
too long
she's
ago?
Kicking like the guy? Yeah, that was really cheesy.
Yeah.
Doing like the Matrix, she's kicking at the guy, and the guy takes her knife or something. That was so cheesy.
I was going to see if you liked it or not. That's why I can't get into the new Star Wars. It just feels like too much like magic, people.
Well, Andor didn't have any Jedis, which is why I like
Star Wars is supposed to basically be magic. It's It's not science fiction, it's fantasy.
I know it's
Yeah.
true, but now it's just so over the top, just magic.
That's why I liked Andor, because it was more. It had none of that stuff in it.
I haven't seen Andor, but it's more grounded.
Yeah. No Jedi's, no karate. No.
Was that the show with the where they were in a prison with an electric floor or whatever?
Yeah,
That's like all I know about that show.
that's only part of the show. But yeah, there was a part of the show where they were in the
Okay.
Yeah. But if they whatever, I don't know. I like 90s Star Trek because the space battles are very limited. So when they did do something, it was pretty special. I like I was watching Dias Cast a couple days ago, and they had this cool scene where the Defiant comes in and starts wrecking shop. But what was so odd about that battle was like the Cardassians and the Romulans, they weren't shooting back. It was just the way they had the models set up that they weren't shooting back. The Dominion was firing at them, but they weren't firing back. It would have helped a little bit if they started shooting back. But I think it was just the limitations because they were still using models during that when they made that battle. It was all models.
Ew.
Even when they did Way of the Warrior, it was all models. Way of the Warrior battle was amazing considering it was still models.
Yeah.
What they did was they took Christmas ornaments, like Hallmark ornaments for Klingon ships, and they filled them with like glitter, so that way when they blew up, you could see the glitter come out.
Yeah.
John says they have Carrie Ann Moss in that show, so wouldn't be surprised if it feels Matrixy.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Also, Daphne Keane is in it too from Logan.
This new Star Wars fiasco.
Well, I mean, you're right, but the weapons. But I'm talking about the model ships. Like it's obviously, anytime you have a torpedo firing, that's going to be computer generated. But they were still using model ships.
I always thought it was funny in DS9 that the torpedoes would just kind of appear out of nowhere because there's clearly not a torpedo tube in a lot of those spots where they were shooting them from.
I like those little torpedo rotating things.
Yeah, those worked, but then they had them sometimes shooting out of like those square parts, and I was like, where the hell is the tube supposed to be?
It's right there.
Yeah, but when they show it when they're not firing, it's clearly a flat surface. There's no tube.
There's a door there. They close it.
Oh.
They only open the door when they're going to shoot a torpedo.
It says the station's new upgrades in quotes.
Come on, Cinnabon, you gotta go. You gotta get with it.
You ever notice that when they rescued Ducat and they had that big action scene, before the last action scene, the music was very similar to Generations.
For which one? Sorry, which one?
In Way of the Warrior, when they use the Defiant to rescue Ducat and the Council guys, and the ships are gonna, there's like a little space battle there. The music was very much like Generations. I think they just used Generations score.
Yeah, I'm sure they just reused some of that, just rearranged it a little bit. Save a little money, use what you have.
Was it the same composer?
Yeah, same composer.
Okay, that's probably why then.
Yeah. Yep.
John says, yeah, there's a lot of Generation style music in Way of the Warrior. McCarthy did both.
I like Generations. I know it's terrible. I like it.
It's not terrible.
Not terrible.
But there are some really bad parts of that movie. Like the whole prisoner exchange doesn't make any sense. Why would the Klingons agree to it? They have all the advantage and no disadvantage. So it's like, okay.
Well, it was a trick to get Geordi back on the Enterprise
Right.
more than anything.
Why would they come back seconds before they launch the missile? Why not go back a couple weeks? Pick up Soren at the Argos the Argos array instead of going back to the planet.
So that's a pretty cool bonfire you got there. I wish I could do one near my house, but I really can't.
It's nice and relaxing.
But I paid off my car, which is good.
He says to get Geordi in a bath. John says his biggest issues regarding the Nexus. There were so many better times they could have gone back to.
Exactly.
Although I tend to think that maybe they wanted to try to preserve the timeline as much as possible. You start, you go back further, you start introducing more and more paradoxes.
The Nexus is not time travel, though.
Well, it sort of is. I mean, they had to go back. You had to go back in time a bit to get back before the Nexus blew up the star blew up the planet.
But where Picard went never existed. Christmas time with his nephew, wife, and family. That never existed.
Right.
That's true.
It can't be. If anything, it's the Nexus is something. Your fond memories of something, or what you wish. Like with Kirk, okay, it wasn't where Kirk ended up. It wasn't what really happened, and he even got the feel for that when his horse jumped that little pathetic spread that he said I always scared.
That was a great scene. That was a great scene.
Well, yeah, I mean, inside the Nexus, not time travel. When they left it clearly has some time travel element to it because they clearly left the Nexus before they were put into it. Otherwise, they would just exit the Nexus after the planet was destroyed, and they'd just be floating in space.
Technically, the DeLorean from Back to the Future should be in space every time it travels through time.
Unless it has some compensation to move with the Earth.
Well, maybe.
I mean, there was a comedy, and they just didn't explain it.
John says he sees your point. On the other hand, I still don't quite understand how you can leave the Nexus and get deposited in a place where the Nexus isn't physically present yet. That's true. Yeah, exactly.
That's a good point, John.
That's what I was wondering too.
That is a good point.
Well, there's always going to be the Nexus at your high school, so it's just the way it is. It knows where you went to high school.
It also didn't make sense that Soren is searching for a way into the Nexus all those years when he could have just taken a shuttlecraft and flew into it. Who cares if the shuttlecraft explodes? You're going to be sucked into the Nexus. I mean, that's what happened to Kirk.
That's another good point. Maybe Soren wasn't very intelligent.
You guys ever see The Last Starfighter? That was a cool movie.
Oh, yeah. That's a good movie.
I love the weapon thing that they had on there, like the final weapon maneuver where it just like spins around. That was cool.
What do they call that? Death Blossom or something?
Yeah, the Blossom of Doom. Something like that.
This question, can you only time travel to places where the Nexus physically was before?
I don't know. Dude, I never made the connection that the guy that played the co-pilot in that movie was in RoboCop. The voice is the same, but I never made the connection that it was the same guy.
Never noticed it myself
the
either.
The old man from RoboCop, the one that ran the company.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same guy that played the co-pilot in Starfighter.
I mean, that's
Omni
true,
says-
Omni. But I
Yeah.
mean, even then though, I mean, you could just fly in front of it and beam yourself into space in a spacesuit because we've seen that once it touches you, it sucks you into the Nexus. So, I mean, you could just literally
You'd have to
fly
bet your
up
life that
next
it's
to
gonna
it and
work.
just
See,
beam
you'd have to
out.
bet your life. You'd have to bet everything that it's gonna work.
Yeah, I
Well,
agree, John. And I think part of the problem with Generations is they were in a time crunch. I mean, they
Yeah.
wanted to get the movie out the same year that Next Generation ended. And weren't they filming that at the same time they were filming
Yeah.
the end of TNG?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they were
they
writing the
were.
script.
They were writing it, I think. So they couldn't be filming at the exact same time because they had to have time to change the bridge.
And destroy it.
The commentary track is very interesting for Generations. If you've never heard it, listen to it. But they're like, the writers are like, they also wrote All Good Things and they wrote Generations. And they're like, they're looking at each other like, Generations is better. I mean, not All Good Things is better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
watching that. I listened to that. I mean, I like
And the
I like
writer-
one of the original ideas where they had the two captains facing off. That would have been a fun battle.
Well, that was more of a joke idea, but yeah, I agree. It would have been better.
Hey, Tokyo.
Hey guys, what's up?
Oh, welcome, Tokyo.
Yeah, just for a few minutes. I'm gonna go get lunch and then come back, and I'll still be on, I guess. A supermarket right across the street from my location today, so lucky. What's going on, guys?
I've always wanted to go into the supermarket with my lightsaber and see if anybody stops me.
Oh, we're just discussing how stupid the Nexus is.
Oh
What do you
yeah,
think? If I went
Time
into
is
the
fire in
supermarket-
which we burn.
What do you think of going into
time
the
is running
supermarket
out.
with my lightsaber? Do you think that would work?
well,
I'll be-
Mercer, if you did that here, nobody will look at you. Nobody will care.
Everyone would think you're a TikToker.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know,
Another
come
one of
to
those
think of
weirdos
it,
shooting a video.
doing the da 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 dance.
come to think of stupid lines in Trek, that is one. Time is the fire in which we burn.
Yeah. Well,
It
they've
made,
got
it
lots
made no sense. It made no sense to
I know.
the conversation, and all it was, but it was meant to scare Jean-Luc like it did for some stupid reason.
It's a good line. I like that line. I have a Soren action figure. I want to show it to you. It's got a scar on its face. Did I show it to you guys?
Sure.
My Soren action figure?
Omni wants to know, how about nunchucks at a supermarket?
Hold on, let me show you my Soren.
I mean, that's just the thing, Omni. We're in the
That's
TikTok
illegal.
generation, so you can pretty much do anything now, and people will just think you're making a video.
Nunchucks
That's
are
illegal.
illegal.
No nunchucks here in Japan.
Yeah, I agree, Omni. McDowell did say that line very well.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. But McDowell has also complained about the movie Caligula that he starred in.
Whoops. Trying to get him on camera.
Put your other hand behind it so the camera focuses on it.
Hold on. What do you mean put my other...
Put your hand behind Soren's
Yeah, get
head.
your
Put your hand behind the dolly.
A little bit higher.
Where's the camera? He's actually got a cut on his face, but you can't really see it in this.
Yeah, the camera doesn't want to focus on it. Try moving away from the lens a little bit. Yeah, no, it's just.
No, there's. You've got your. Is that your computer or something that we're looking at over a table?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's focusing on that because it's got the brightest light, so it's not cooperating with you. If you put Soren against your curtain, against your red curtain, and then focus the camera on Soren in front of the curtain, that should focus him.
That's better.
Getting there.
Just up a little bit.
Yeah, like
Good gun.
something like that. Yeah, just bring it a little closer.
That's good right there.
Oh, it's focusing on the
So you
fan.
kind of see a cut on his face.
It's just focus.
Yeah.
The camera wants to focus on your fan.
Yeah. You got to push the camera closer to the curtain, and where the curtain's only filling the camera.
I mean, you can see it where that red line is. It's
Yeah.
blurry.
Oh yeah, I see it now.
It's like a reddish blur.
Yeah.
It's a very small figure. It's a very
I
tiny.
got caught on my face, Captain. And
Welcome,
now
Eric.
my patience is running out.
I like that crazy gun he had. It looked like a telescope or like I don't know what it looked like.
It turned on its side.
See, he's not cut on this side. He's only cut on this side.
Be
You
right
can kind of
back.
see it now.
There you go. Yeah. It's a little better now.
Cut away from the screen for a second. Comment from students. Today's not turning out to be a very good day.
This camera sucks.
All right. While you're working on that, I'm going to grab some more.
Well, you get the idea. I'm not going to do it forever, but you get the idea.
All right.
It was a cool little figure. Let me see if I can find a better picture of it on eBay, somewhere on the internet.
Exit song.
Did he spell his name Soren? Oh, here it is. I found it. But it's the angle. Oh, here it is. Here's a better picture of it. Ah, there's a good picture of it. Saving the jazz. You can see the cut. Okay, now I'm going to upload the image.
All right, I'm going to go to the grocery store and grab something. I will be right back.
And I am back.
He's back.
Wait.
All right. I'll be back.
All right, now check this picture out. I got it. I got it. This is it. Let me put the link in. This is a really good picture. Now check that out.
Now I'll have to wait until Cinnabon gets back to the computer. Oh. That link didn't work.
Oh, no?
No, it didn't.
Hold on. Oh, I know what's wrong. I sent you the wrong link. Try it again with, just give me a second. That should work. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should work.
Yeah, that one worked. That worked.
Yeah, I just sent you the wrong link. You can see the cut on his head. It's the same figure I have. You can see the cut on his head better.
Yep.
Yeah. Real quick
Got
share
it from
screen
the,
so everyone can see. There you go.
He doesn't have the gun. He has the launcher remote in this figure.
The garage door opener.
You know, it's like for the launcher. I'm so glad they fixed the ending where he dies in a violent explosion than the original ending where he just kind of gets like whatever they had the original plan was I heard was terrible.
Yeah.
It was kind of an exciting ending the way they ended. I actually liked the way Kirk died. I know that sounds like I'm in the minority, but I kind of liked it. It's the least of the problems of that movie.
I mean, I didn't mind it. It's better than having him just shot in the back by Soren.
Yeah. Omni wants to know, can you grill something over that fire? Make some McCoy beans with bourbon.
We could. If I had a thing to, well, actually, we could just put like a pot in the coals, but yeah. We should actually do a cookout one of these nights when we do this.
Oh my God, he's gonna set the neighborhood on fire. No thanks.
It's exciting content, Mr. Lundell.
Well, he wants to build a death ray, so why not?
Anything for the views.
What?
do have-
Watching
have
half
the
of
Orville-
Minnesota burn? I mean, how is
I do have the Orville Hero collection. You guys ever have those? You ever see those?
No, I've never seen them.
It's the entire crew of the Orville, but they're really small figures. And it comes with a map of the ship,
That's cool.
but they're really small. Like here's one of them, but you're not gonna be able to see it that well.
Eric says Cinnabon should do s'mores. He says
There you
marshmallows.
go.
We talked about marshmallows earlier.
That's Lamar.
Yeah.
They're all this size. They're all really small.
Yeah, I've seen like the Marvel ones and stuff. Love those. I know they had the Orville ones, so.
It's actually more detailed than it looks, but my camera really sucks.
it's not blurry in real life. What?
is that Lamar?
They don't have one for Yaphet, but they do have a card for him. Yeah, it was sad when Norm Macdonald passed away. That was not cool.
The best we
they-
could do is roast marshmallows, Arabic. I don't have any graham crackers.
I want to get an action figure of the monolith from 2001: A Space Odyssey, and I want to get an action figure of the little robots from Interstellar.
Wouldn't that literally just be a black rectangle?
Yeah, that's why I want it. I want it.
Okay.
I want it for my desk, and I've seen people make it, and I also want the little robot from Interstellar, an action
Mhm.
figure. Let me see if it's on Etsy.
Yeah, if it could be some of that old Nickelodeon slime they sell. Yeah, that's true.
Interstellar.
You have to keep them in a jar though, because you dry out and shrink.
Oh yeah, they do sell them on Etsy, but it's expensive. It's like $30. Case and tar.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
Welcome
want
back,
that.
Thomas.
Oh, they also sell the Endurance. Oh boy, they sell the Endurance.
Cool. Welcome back, Thomas.
Dude, Jeff, you got to get this stuff. They have Tar's action figure.
Oh, cool.
They have the Ranger. They have a Ranger ship that you can get. They have
Nice.
the Rangers are just like runabouts. They're basically just runabouts.
Yeah, they are.
It's like, all right, if
Yeah,
they need
wait.
a Saturn, if they need a Saturn rocket to leave the Earth's gravity, then how the heck can they leave the gravity of a planet orbiting the black hole with a little runabout? I don't know.
There's some crazy powerful aerospikes.
Well, black hole is not anything special. I mean, it's not like a Hoover that sucks up everything.
Right.
If you're far enough away from it,
Right.
you can build up enough speed to get away from it. In fact,
know
you
if
can
somebody
use
dressed up
the
in
black hole
Mars?
itself to gain speed, and that's kind of what they did.
Yeah, true. Somebody dressed up as TARS once at a convention, and that was really cool.
Oh, wow. I'm waiting to see the list of theaters that it's going to be in September. I don't think it's up yet. They'll probably post it in like late July or early August or something.
see if they have.
Man, I am thirsty. I'll be right back, guys.
Right. More Diet Coke for Cinnabon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
No, any of that diet, any diet, some things are disgusting.
I remember
I
when
agree.
Josh was still around. I remember when Josh Knapp was still around, and they just put out the poster for Interstellar. It's like just a picture of Matthew McConaughey on the spacesuit. He's like, cocaine planet. Like, he's all white and stuff. That's what he called it, cocaine planet.
I don't remember that. Ervik says you can use the Lagrange point. Yeah, I had some issues with that Lagrange point in the latest Discovery episode. It would not be stable, especially over 800 years or whatever it is.
I was a little disappointed that Interstellar they didn't use the shot that was in the trailer where Murph is watching the ship taking off. I was disappointed that they didn't put that shot in the movie. You know what I'm talking about, Jeff?
Yeah, I barely remember that.
Shit, we're
What is
back
that?
again.
Like she's holding hands, probably with her grandfather. They don't show
Alright.
you, but she's watching the ship take the rocket take off.
I wonder if that
I really
trailer's
love-
on YouTube somewhere. I bet it is.
Yeah, it is.
Excuse me.
The teaser trailer. That's the one where they just show it. It looks like the Enterprise opening credits with all the, history of spaceflight. stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to eject you all from my robot colony.
Did you get your Diet Coke, Cinnabon? Oh, he's not back yet. I thought he was back.
All right.
There he is.
Ran out of essentials number 2. Life essential number 2. Nicotine.
Here's a teaser for you, Jeff.
I'm sorry?
I just
Thank you.
Teaser. Oh, you're welcome.
Interstellar official
And then if
teaser
you go
trailer
to about
number 1.
128, you'll see the shot of rocket.
Thank
You go
you.
to like 127 or 126, or maybe like 120. You'll see the shot I mean that they could have kept in the movie.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that now. Thank you.
Yeah, she's holding hands, I think, with the grandfather. I don't
Well, that
know
makes
for sure.
sense. It makes sense it's him.
Yeah, I really love John Lithgow. I'm so glad that he was in the movie. It was like
Yeah, he's a
Christmas,
great actor.
Everybody had a gadget, He was so good. And I told you during Jeopardy one day, I do think that there was that one scene was a homage to 2010.
I saw something about where they're thinking, Christopher Nolan's thinking of doing a sequel. I don't know how true it is, but
I have returned, unfortunately.
I think it would
welcome
be,
back.
I think it would be
Welcome
an
back.
alright movie if they did a sequel of him going to find that chick on that other planet.
What are we talking about
I
now?
think they should do a sequel to it.
Interstellar.
I had this idea that they should do a sequel to Inception, and my idea was like a new client hires Cobb to basically try to keep him in the dream state for long enough until he becomes immortal. Because they're always cheating time and make things go slower or faster. And the idea was that Cobb and his team would have to go in there and create this kind of recurrence that would kind of exponentially increase the amount of time that they're down there, and it would basically the client would become immortal, and that was the idea I had. Because they kind of touched on that in the first movie that they could do that, you know.
Inception, a pretty good movie. I never saw it.
Oh yeah, it's really good. I mean, it's, you know, as I watch it, I've noticed things. I'm like, oh, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's a really good movie.
I did see it, but I don't remember a whole lot about it.
Me too.
It was like a dozen years ago or whatever.
Yeah, I just remember some city turning upside down, and that's the only memorable part of that.
I was gonna watch it not that long ago because I noticed that what's his name, Ken Watanabe was in it. I usually like stuff he's in, so I was gonna check it out.
Them fights. So, did you like the Godzilla movie he was in?
Yo, I've never seen a Godzilla movie.
Mm. Men in the rubber suit costume ones are better.
He was
I
a
never
Batman.
really. Sorry, Mercer.
Oh, no, just say he was a Batman. Yeah, sorry, what were you gonna say?
The only time I've really seen Godzilla is in Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, there's some
I like
stupid
98
ones.
Godzilla.
Sorry, what, Mercer?
I like the 98 Godzilla quite a bit. I think it's hilarious.
The newest one I had, not the one that's coming out soon, but the Zero one, that looked pretty good. I just haven't seen it yet.
Godzilla's
Minus one.
good. Fresh from Japan.
Yeah, I was annoyed because I wanted to just watch it on streaming, but since they had another one coming out, they weren't allowing it to stream.
Mm. Yeah, I hate when they do that.
Let me see if it's going to be streaming soon. Yeah, it's not streaming yet.
I'm working 12 to 9 today, and my 7 o'clock class canceled. Everybody canceled.
Oh wow!
So from 6:30 to 9 o'clock, nothing.
Go sweep the floor, Gaijin.
That's what the
Are you a
part-timers
teacher?
coming for.
You a teacher?
Go stand in the hallway with these buckets.
Are you a teacher?
Under that waterfall. I'm a programming teacher.
Oh, cool.
So what are you going to do those couple hours?
Hang out.
Probably hang out with my coworkers, I guess.
You know, I wasn't a huge fan of The Martian. I liked it, but I wasn't a huge fan of it.
Sorry, you were really quiet, Mercer. What was that?
So he
I
wasn't
didn't
a
like
fan of
The
the
Martian
Martian.
as much as it didn't hold
Oh.
up for me. The Martian.
Mhm.
I thought it was pretty good
I
for the
like that
most
movie.
part.
Yeah.
Oh, The Martian.
Yeah.
It's a big problem with that, though. He's a botanist. Why the hell didn't he have some seeds?
Yeah, I don't know.
You didn't need to just plant the vegetables. Whole.
Other than that, it's a good movie. Gives you
What
some
bugged
idea
me-
how you would
what bugged me is
how
that,
you
like,
would survive on another planet.
The one
what
big
bugged
problem
me
with
is that, like, one thing about. Well, I'll tell you what my problem was, and then you can tell me what yours is. Well, my
Go-
big problem is
go
that
ahead.
one of the things about having a Martian mission to Mars, the biggest thing would be having enough room on a ship to store all the stuff you need to survive, air and food and everything, you know, on an actual ship that would get there. But their ship had tons of room. They had an exercise bike. That was ridiculous. You know?
Yeah, the ship was really big. I agree.
Yeah.
They probably constructed it in an orbit.
Right, but they didn't give a time frame as to when the movie took place. It was like it seemed to be in the near future. So that's the only part I really hated was that the ship was not anything we could do. It just wasn't. Anyway, what's your issue? I just wanted to get that out of my head.
Well, the big issue I had with it was the initial problem that they were facing. The storm should not have caused them any problems. The dust storms on Mars are not that destructive.
Right. You can
It's
stand
like
in the
a
middle
it's
of one
like
of those
a
tornadoes and no problem.
Yeah.
In fact, those dust storms are almost constant. It's such low velocity and whatever that
Yeah.
you get clear shots from the Mars rovers.
I mean,
Except
the only
for
main
devil.
problem. So go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I'm done.
Oh, I was just gonna say the one thing I thought was really dumb was at the end when he was doing the Iron Man maneuver with his glove to get back to the ship. That was a little stupid.
I kind of liked it. I thought it was funny.
But see, I had the opportunity to watch it with the real scientist, Yvette, and she brought that up. He's a botanist. Why didn't he have seeds? Because that would be his main mission. Can we grow stuff in Martian soil? Which they have rigged up kind of Martian soil here on Earth, and it'll grow. So what his thing would be, what about the real thing? And then all he would
conditions would be a different story.
All he would have to do was expand his garden like he did when he got blew up.
Right.
Eric says their ship might have had a warp bubble. Yeah, it's me pushing it there, Eric.
Okay, stop it with the warp bubbles and the spaghetti strings and all of that crap. It's not possible. Okay.
You know, if that main ship had a deflector dish, the whole movie would have been over in 10 minutes. We didn't get there in time. Prime the main deflector. Roll credits. He's rescued.
I guess the other part that kind of stretched things for me was, I know they explained it, but having him sit so close to that nuclear reactor for so long was a little ridiculous too. I mean, those things, I mean, even when they're shielded, they still are pretty dangerous to have around.
Yeah.
I know they said, well, we got to be careful not to crack it, but I mean, still, it's still pretty. I mean, people have found, the abandoned Russian ones out in the wild have been killed by the radiation from them. I'm sure those are damaged, but still, I mean,
Follow the dead birds.
It was a little bit ridiculous. They would be sitting that close to it.
Found the way that he escaped Mars was kind of stupid. I'm not sure about the science behind that, but having only a parachute to cover the nose of the ship.
I think that that only works there because of the thin atmosphere. But still, it'd still be a whole lot of air rushing into that thing.
Mm-hmm.
It would probably like get like kind of sucked in, because I don't think you'd be able to tie it tight enough and secure enough to keep it taut.
Not at
So
that
if it
velocity.
started deforming the ship, if it started deforming, then that should have altered its course.
I'd buy it for the sake of the film. And like I said, the only thing that took me right out of the movie was the size of the spacecraft with the exercise bikes and all that room. Because I know that every
That's
inch
part of
of
That's part of the theory for long space travel.
Yeah, I mean, what would have to be? I mean, would you really want to be inside of a space shuttle size ship for months and months on end? That would just
no,
suck.
but you'd have to come up with the
with
technology.
the same three assholes,
Right?
That would be terrible.
No, see, but a lot of that was, remember, because the way they've been thinking for years is something's going to have to rotate, so they have a modicum of gravity, and then you're going to have to spend maybe 3 hours a day on an exercise bike or a treadmill.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the space shuttles had an exercise bike.
Yeah. And treadmills and stuff.
Yeah.
What I don't get is we've never actually tested the centrifugal gravity principle, like putting something in a ring and spinning it.
We did it on Earth, and it took it made and there people were able to get used to it, but the rings they're using were so small that the second you tilt your head or go off axis, you lose your balance because your inner ear just fucks you up.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know how practical that really is in reality, though.
I really don't think it's that practical, honestly.
Like
Dude, I
the
just bought They
Expanse had
Live on
something
it
similar.
on Prime for $5.
Babylon 5.
I just bought They Live on Prime for $5. What's that?
Yeah, Babylon 5 spins.
Babylon 5 has the spinning sections, not just the station, but the Earth ships.
But even like a ship like Starship, that Elon Musk ship, I mean, imagine being on that for like 6 months. That would blow. There's definitely gonna be some murder on that ship.
Mhm.
Yeah. He's
First
right
ship to
there.
Mars gets hijacked.
Yeah.
Venus, fly to Venus, you prick. Ah. But yeah, I don't understand how gravity is going to work. Like the Hollywood version of gravity, like the Expanse, you have the Rocinante, and it's built in a tower. So when it's moving forward, so to speak, it's supposedly pushing you down to the deck. Well, the problem with that is once you get used to acceleration, like on an airplane where you don't feel the motion.
Right. I mean, you'd
You're-
constantly have to be accelerating at 1G, and
Yeah.
eventually you'd be going faster than the speed of light. So
Right.
No.
you just can't constantly keep that acceleration going.
Yeah, because once you hit a steady speed, that's it. You start to get accustomed to it, and you're floating.
I mean, to me, the only thing I can
just
think
want
of is
They
that
Live.
we would just eventually have like magnetized shoes, so you could at least have some semblance of like walking, but you'd still,
That wouldn't help at all.
Your organs are still floating.
Right, exactly. Well, I'm just saying, so you could like be like more stable when you're trying to work on something instead of just floating around all the time. But then when you think about it, it's probably just better just to be floating around all the time anyway, except for like like your muscles disappearing.
Well, in exchange, your bones disappear.
Right.
You
Yeah.
lay on a planet, you got instant osteoporosis, and your skeleton collapses.
Exactly. So I mean, I just don't think that we'll ever have any kind of like sci-fi version of gravity.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, it would be nice. See, nobody can explain how to do it. That's why Star Trek doesn't explain it. They just call it gravity plating.
Right.
Okay. How does that happen? How does that work? We don't know. We know more about the warp core and the deflector dish than we do about grav plating.
That's because it can't be done.
That's right.
That's I mean,
That's right.
we have gravity because the Earth spins on its axis. That's what anchors us to the planet.
Oh no, the mass
Oh,
of
mass.
planet.
Several fields, the mass, the planet, magnetic fields, all of that stuff contributes to it. You'd actually have to have many planets inside of a gravity plate in Star Trek for gravity to actually work out. Which,
Well, yeah, so we were talking about that day where I was making fun of Trek Tech.
yeah,
Said your deck would have to be literally the mass of the Earth.
which would disable your warp drive because your warp drive takes you down to zero mass. How
Yeah.
does that work? Stupid.
It's to a point where you're just better off finding a way to attach engines to a planet and just flying the planet around.
Now, see, this is why you watch science fiction for the story,
Mm-hmm.
not for the tech, because the tech will never work. Okay. Even if they figure out on paper how to travel in time, you've got one big problem: energy. There's not enough energy to operate the freaking time machine.
Right.
And that's the problem with Star Trek, because especially 90s Trek, where they overloaded it with tech, right? With the story. So now everybody's imagination's fired up. Can we do this or not in real life? And 40 years later, us old guys are talking about the fact that you can't have gravity plating anymore. And they never explained how it worked.
Well, at least they try to explain things in Trek, like
yeah,
Heisenberg compensators, and, you know,
yeah,
you know, stuff like that. Because we all knew about Heisenberg's principles about you can't track one atom at any time. You never know where one atom is at any time anyway. So they say, okay, we just say we have a gizmo in there. It's a compensator. It compensates for where the atom should be, but it's not. End of story. Write it, print it, put it out there, you know, and we buy it, you know.
You will believe it. Yeah. Yeah, it was funny. I preached yesterday at church. I'll tell you this story real quick. I was preaching yesterday. Well, I was getting ready to preach. And I put my Bible down and everything. I looked over at my buddy, Tim, big Star Trek fan. He gives me the Vulcan salute and he goes, "Kapla." And so the first word of my sermon was returning Kapla to him. Kapla, thus saith the Lord. Open to the book of Kales, chapter 3.
Today is a good day to die. Wait a minute.
Yep.
Oh,
Thus saith the Lord. But yep. My first sermon, the first word I ever spoke in the pulpit. Kapla.
That's cool.
My buddy Tim's laughing.
That's something
There's a
you wanna
couple
do
of
more
people in the
often.
audience laughing. Yeah. It was great. The pastor was laughing too. It was hilarious.
Do Adams also change when you've lived somewhere for over 10 years? I think so, Thomas.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. It's that part's true. I can tell you that right now because my body, all the crappy left field illnesses that the Japanese people get, for a good 3 years I didn't get them. Now everything is enhanced. All of my allergies are enhanced. My appetites are enhanced. I mean, enhanced meaning changed, so mutated. So you really do become part of the environment you live in. That whole quantum reality thing is actually kind of true. It's disturbing, absolutely disturbing.
It's a wonder you didn't start catching those immediately, since you know you've not been acclimated to a lot of that stuff.
Well, some people do, yeah. Some people do. I just don't. I have delayed reaction for some reason. It's weird, man. I had a really bad cold when I went back to the States back in 22.
Yeah.
Laying on my mother's bed sick for 3 days was terrible. It was awesome though. One of the ladies at church, she owns a Caribbean restaurant or a Caribbean restaurant, depending on how you pronounce it. And when her restaurant closed, she had a lot of leftover food, so she brought it all to church. We had a big old feast after the service.
Nice.
Absolutely awesome. And then the leftovers from that went to the homeless. They got our leftovers.
Uh-oh.
And now we're quiet.
Just watching my tower fall over. It's not good. Stay in the pit.
Hope you got a fire extinguisher close.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, he's trying to light his cigarettes with
Fire.
Just stick my head in there.
Crazy bunny.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Yvette is just crazy about your hair, so don't disappoint.
You should do something like this and just record the fire, record like an hour loop of the fire, and then do like a 24-hour Yule log. Stream for
Yeah.
24 hours.
I mean, I was thinking of sometime one of these times, just if I don't feel like sitting on stream, just setting it up and just letting it burn.
YouTube already does that.
I know.
They've kind of cornered the market on crackling fireplaces and
Yeah.
thunderstorms.
The fuel of the fire are
Storms.
so burning.
Just webcams of cities.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those were cool though.
Yeah.
Like since you've never been to like what's it with the gondolas?
Venice.
Yeah, Venice. That was kind of cool watching live feeds from Venice.
I mean, I used to put in the background sometimes, like those live streams where people just ride trains all day and shit. And just point their camera out at the scenery. I used to have that sometimes running in the background. And every now and then I have Cityscape. I have the Japanese one up every now and then. Just of downtown Tokyo skyline, watching the train go by every now and then.
Could always watch the Shibuya live stream from Scramble intersection. People having sex in the middle of it.
Saw that one a couple times. Then there was the bullet train. They had that live stream on there where they just had a live stream like where the conductor is. Fire videos beat pimple popping ones. Yeah, that's true.
That's disgusting. True, but disgusting.
No, those are actually pretty interesting, especially the ones done by an actual doctor, and they're talking you through the procedure.
Yeah, I saw this one doctor do a blackhead removal. It was super tiny on the surface, and it came out like it was the size of like a small golf ball. It's like Jesus Christ.
The one with the tiny blackhead, and he puts the tool up. Things is like 3 feet long.
Yep.
Oh.
Saw one where there was this doctor was like pulling something out of some dude's ear. And it was like huge like amount of wax, and then all of a sudden they pull out this like huge bug that ended up had crawled in his ear like years ago.
I saw that one.
I was like, what the fuck?
The bug.
Like, how do you not notice that?
Wow.
It's got legs. It crawls. You should feel it. Damn it.
I know it was disgusting.
Oh, wow.
I mean, what were you like on a Crown Royal bender one month? What?
Or this one lady. There was one where this one lady came back from South America with an itchy scalp, which suddenly turned really, really painful. She said she felt moving in her scalp, and then she went to the doctors and they removed a bot fly.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
And they couldn't get it out because it hooks upwards. So when you try and pull it out, it digs into the skin, causes more pain.
Oh my god.
Ouch.
That's why I'll never go to South America. And I want to go to Santiago just to hang out in the city for a few days.
Chile.
Yeah. But bot flies, man, I will not go to South America because of them.
Yeah. I think I'll stick to European countries. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I'd like to go down to Peru and see the Inca stuff. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I want to continue my castle tours that I did when I was in the army in Germany.
That sounds fun.
Well, castles and cathedrals.
Yeah.
Neat.
I will take an overnight train trip after all the wars are done from like London, connect in Paris, and just go to Moscow by train. Can't do that now because of the wars, but I just want to do it. I just want to take a train trip across Europe.
What war? You mean that thing in the Ukraine?
The fact that everybody, the Russian borders are closed.
Oh, are they? Huh.
Yeah.
It's too damn cold there anyway.
I'd love to take the Siberian Express or whatever it is, Trans-Siberian Railway
Yeah, that'd be cool.
to Vladivostok, because I can take the ferry from Vladivostok back to Tokyo and go right home.
Thomas wants to go back to the New River Bridge. God damn it.
A little bit ASR, is that what they call it?
ASMR.
Sound. Yeah, that's it.
SMR.
Me almost snorting up my water. The New River Bridge.
Did they find that guy inside the Alpha 5, the guy with the ear thing? Probably. Now that I think about it.
That would be so messed up to have something in you, wrapped around your cerebral cortex.
Instead of using a Uridian in Twilight, it should have been a human, some random extra or something that got infected with the SETI eel. Because they are from that planet anyway.
What-
And he would have been the one to rat out the colonies to the Zindi.
Which? Oh, is that the one where the alternate timeline one?
Yeah. And they were on City Alpha 5 anyway. If they really wanted to pay homage to Wrath of Khan,
Yeah.
forget the Uridian, just
Yeah.
I want Kurtzman to leave actual Trek alone.
Never gonna happen.
he's getting his contract renewed.
They're trying to sell off that shit.
Mm-hmm.
See, so anybody that buys Trek, especially the Trek franchise, is going to have them fire that sumbitch first before they sign the contract.
Well, that's what Warner Brothers was going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they would have given Trek to Zack Snyder probably. Stay away from DC. Here's Star Trek for you.
Well, it would be interesting to see what Zack Snyder can do.
It would be interesting to see what anybody would do at this point.
Except for Tarantino, he shouldn't touch Star Trek.
For God's sake, they could give it to a kid that just writes scripts with crayons, and it'd probably be better than what we have now.
Now, I would give Tarantino a Trek movie, a Borg, or either a Dominion War Trek movie. Okay.
He would do all right if they did like a movie sequel to like a piece of the action, I think.
Well, that's what he was going to do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he would do.
The gangsters.
Yeah, or hell, better yet, something like Who Mourns for Morn.
Well, I guess I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Mercer, you have a good
All right,
day.
Mercer.
I'll try to come
Take care,
back,
Mercer.
But if I don't, I'll see you guys later.
Sounds
All
good,
right.
Mercer.
See you later, dude.
I think a good movie would be a good Trek movie would be if they made one about the Both people wanting their planet back.
The moth people.
Yeah, the
From
dinosaur
Discovery.
people. No, the dinosaur people from Voyager.
Oh, the Voth.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought I heard moth. I'm like,
Oh no.
those idiots.
Now, see, but they don't even acknowledge that they came from a planet.
Well, that's
So-
true, but still, maybe maybe the
The matriarch dies, somebody else takes over and goes,
yeah,
"We're from Earth, invade."
we want our planet back. We're tired of the city ship shit.
I mean, because let's face it, that episode was probably the only one. That was probably the main episode. I looked at the characters, and I saw how dumb they were. Because remember, Janeway had no problem acknowledging a lot of the stuff they were saying.
Yeah,
But no, it's the fact it turned into the fact that you would acknowledge our dogma is why we need to get rid of you. It didn't make any sense. They were so entwined in whatever belief they had.
It was a stab at Christianity, though.
Yeah, it was.
An
And
absolute stab at it.
I'm yet to meet a Christian like that.
Right.
I mean, it's one religion that's quite diverse.
yeah.
Even within just the Protestants. Look how diverse Christianity is. And we don't kill each other and blow up churches, but okay. Like some other religions have a propensity to do.
That's true.
But they just love bringing up the Inquisition.
Yeah, I mean, if they stripped out like the whole doctrine shit, then I think it'd make a good film. Just because they were a really overpowered species, so it'd be fun to watch our people battle against them.
They should have ran across the Borg at some point.
You'd think.
Which is something else I don't have. I've never had a problem with. Janeway running, finding out where exactly the Borg actually come from,
Mm-hmm.
and that they have a queen. There's nothing wrong with that. Because if they don't have a queen, stop calling it a collective. Because a collective has 1, 2, 3 people in charge.
Yeah. That's right. Omni Dino Borg would be pretty sweet.
Dino. Oh,
Dino-Borg. Resistance is futile. Nyarg.
I'd watch that movie. Make it Kurtzman.
The Rapture
All right.
Killians.
A bunch of gay dinosaurs running around.
Resistance is futile. Oh, yes. Your implants
Wow.
are fabulous, Rar.
Scaring me.
Hey, only females can lay eggs. You assume my gender.
Produced by Kurtzman and written by Russell T Davies.
oh wait, no, they're reptiles. So you get a bunch of male reptiles in an area. A couple of them are going to turn female.
Well, yeah, of course. The male dinosaurs will learn to lay eggs too.
You assume my gender. Balls fall off. Call it Jurassic World Discovery.
Oh yeah, maybe we can talk Kurtzman into taking over the Jurassic World franchise.
Oh God, no.
I never liked it. I never liked it anyway. To me that was a one-off movie.
Yeah, the second one was stupid. I didn't mind the first one that much though.
Chris Pratt's girlfriend reveals she's a lesbian, and their adopted child reveals it's trans. Blue the Velociraptor, which gave birth, all of a sudden grows balls.
Blue's like, you will refer to me as they them.
They them will rip you apart with their claw.
Yeah. Oh, see that
It's male.
the Jurassic movie, I think it was the one before. Well, it was like two before that, when she takes off her heels, open the T-Rex paddock, and she's got in the flare. I'm like, Jeff Goldblum did that 20 years ago, bitch. Put your shoes back on.
She was no way that she was fast enough to outrun that thing.
Yeah. Those things had to clock 60 miles an hour. Easy.
Thomas says the Breen are now LGBT, are they? Oh, that's right. I think I heard someone talking about that.
It's see the Breen. We don't know anything about the Breen except they talk in grah, 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 and you can't turn your back on them.
Now I understand Kurtzman changed all that in an episode of
He didn't.
STD or whatever they call that crap.
He didn't.
It's been years since I watched any of that.
Yeah.
I just nah.
He didn't change anything.
I mean I tried really hard with season 1 of STD, and then I gave
that
up
requires
on.
effort.
And then I gave every other show one episode, and no, goodbye, not this.
Not this. No, like this.
Or actually, a couple episodes recently of Discovery that were decent.
Worthy track action.
They were pretty good Trek episodes.
Okay, here's the ultimate question to that: were they really decent episodes, or have you just been so beaten down by the garbage that they write that this looks like it's a good episode?
No, I think they were decent Trek episodes. For Discovery they were probably A episodes. For Trek overall, they were probably like a B-.
High C. Yeah, they're definitely DS9 season 2.
Yeah, they were kind of on that level.
Well, the season 2 of DS9 was on point. Okay, it only took, in my opinion, DS9 half of the first season to get really rolling. Okay, you got into what Cisco has walked into. I mean, you saw how the Bajorans were kind of on the edge. They were, that was a damaged race because of that occupation. His first officer was, PTSD times 5, if you ask me.
Yeah, but she was no victim either.
And then you get to the episode Duet. Okay. You got to say, oh, damn, this is good writing.
That was good writing. Very good writing.
But yeah, no. In order to say truly that the last couple of episodes of Discovery were good, and for me, it's 2 out of 3. Jeff, I believe, is 3 out of 3 so far.
The last one was not as strong as the 2 prior.
All right. We remotely agree on that. Mine's a little more extreme on the negative side, but that's just me. In order to say that
That's
these
fair.
were any good, you cannot take those episodes in isolation, because if you do, then you're fooling yourself. You got to take it with the whole of the series. So, yeah, it's not. What is it? Stockholm syndrome? It's not Stockholm syndrome. These are genuinely good episodes. But again, they have to have 2-letter grades. You know, they're A's for Discovery, but you know, they're, as far as compared to regular Trek and actual Trek, they're low B's, high C's, which is the best that Discovery has ever done. Period. End. But we'll see where the series finale goes this week.
Well, Thomas makes a point in the chat. Also, why were people mad they updated the Enterprise but are okay with the updated to the Badlands? And Thomas, you are not a moron. That's a valid point that you're making. However, I will counterpoint that with, it's been how many years? How many centuries? Things change. Storms change. Look at the Great Red Spot on Jupiter. It's been there for as long as we've had telescopes. But it's changed. It's gotten a lot smaller recently. It's changed color. It's changed appearance, changed size. Things do change.
And it will probably disappear in 100 some odd years.
Oh, we don't know that.
Possibly.
Yeah, well, see, we don't know how long it's actually been churning. So,
yeah,
right. And this is the same with the Badlands. I don't have a problem with it. Now, the appearance of the ISS, which I'm really actually happy they only mentioned the word Enterprise like once or twice, and everything else is they referred to it as the ISS, which I actually appreciate that because they're not reliant on name dropping the Enterprise. But my problem is that since they use the strange new continuity headaches, canon violating non-canon canon rape series, that just reaffirms that Alex Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsman declared all of Star Trek up until Discovery non-canon. So,
why the hell would they do that?
Well, because they're stupid. They think you're stupid. And because Khan didn't happen in 1993, in reality, we have to push it up. They had to push it up.
No, look,
That's what Akiva Goldsman said. So he reset all of Star Trek history by doing that.
No, see, whoever wrote that first episode of Strange New Worlds is what screwed up the continuity. Okay, because it had always been like around this time we are just beginning to recover totally from the eugenics wars. It happened like in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
It was a line Spock said. I think it was in Bread and Circuses, or it was either in it might have been in Space Seed when they were discussing Khan.
Yeah.
So that was something that happened like in the 90s. And evidently after that, there was another world war.
Yeah.
It wasn't no shit about January 6th and all of that crap that they threw in there, with a warp bomb. Some mindless bullshit nobody's even heard of.
Oh man, that was so stupid. Somebody with a telescope caught the battle and developed a warp bomb within a year.
Oh God.
It's plausible. What are you talking about?
No, it wouldn't be a warp bomb anyway. It would be antimatter.
They called it a warp bomb, though. They got that from a novel, though.
Did they?
Yeah, the novel Federation by the Reeve Stevens.
Oh,
They're
Tommy
talking
says
about-
groundbreaking.
well, exactly.
Yeah,
This is a brave choice.
yeah, groundbreaking. They broke the ground with the noses of their starships as they rammed them
Okay.
into a planet.
What
John says-
editor let that slip?
John says brain breaking, maybe.
I want to know what editor let that slip by.
Oh, which
Warp
one?
Bomb?
The warp bomb.
Yeah. You
The
said
fact that nobody watches Star Trek in the writers' room in the first place. It passed. Nobody cares.
Pass.
I said the Gorn. The Gorn. Somebody heard Mikey's delayed reaction. The Gorn. The Gorn. I said the Gorn. Okay, the Gorn, and they put it in. Ass. I said ass. Yes, it is ass. Ugh. The porn. Ass.
I'm beginning to think chimpanzees can write better than most humans.
It's like somebody put this to Chat GPT. Well, at least Strange New Worlds was definitely written by Chat GPT.
Oh yeah, first episode of the second season. Oh, what should we write? Oh, let's have Spock steal the Enterprise. He already did that in TOS. Come on. How many times has the Enterprise been stolen?
A lot. It's a famous Starfleet security.
Don't call me tiny.
I want the ship to move now, or whatever he said.
Sounds
Go.
terrible.
God.
Unfortunately, I remember it's go. I want the ship to go.
I want the ship to go now. Yeah,
And
that's
they
it.
smiled like, "Oh, that is so cute." Oh gosh, really? Ugh. Strange new continuity headaches, non-canon violating, non-canon canon rape. That is the proper name for this series.
John says the Enterprise is now stolen every Tuesday after lunch.
With or without the tractor beams and the medical staff and the photon torpedoes.
Critics' Choice Award nominee.
Sir, someone is stealing the Enterprise. Nothing we can do about it. Why? We don't have any security people. Well, what happened to them? They won't be here till Tuesday. Let them go. Open the door.
There
like
says
to
they
make
just
a-
store those ships at a outdated starbase. Which ships? Sorry.
I'd like to make a Star Trek fan film called Star Trek Auditor. It's just some random dude on a starship auditing a Starfleet officer. What are you doing on the bridge, sir? I'm allowed to be here. Why are you recording, sir? I'm allowed to record. It's my right. It's your ID. I don't answer questions. It's a classified facility, sir. This is a public area. This is not a public area. This is the bridge of a starship. De-escalate. Put the phaser down.
Those auditors are such idiots.
Roll credits. Some of them do good. Some of them are terrible.
Somebody says Enterprise D stolen a few times. So is the Voyager and Defiant.
Yeah, Starfleet security. Best in the galaxy.
Who stole Voyager?
The Kazon and
Kazon.
Seska.
He's on, yeah.
Oh, yes. God, see how memorable that race was.
If I can remember it, they're pretty memorable because I stink. At least I'm starting to anyway. Until Final Jeopardy, actually. The Final Jeopardy kept answered. Ugh. All right, I'm still bent on that. That sucks.
Once those critics are done blocking Memorial Day parades with Palestinian flags, and they can go vote on who give the awards to.
Kazon were so memorable, says John, that the Borg didn't bother to assimilate them.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were unworthy of assimilation.
Well, just remember, Thomas, they also had Seska on their side.
Yep, they had a female spoonhead.
Still, there couldn't have been that many people on that Kazon ship. So 140 something against.
140, so
many.
almost 1-to-1.
You think they'd still be able to defend the ship?
With 1-to-1 odds? The problem is some of them. Oh no,
Because they didn't have transporters, so they'll have to come in at one entry point.
Right, and they also they use guerrilla tactics, but the Maquis also use guerrilla tactics, so you would think that they could stand a chance,
Yeah.
but they didn't because Janeway was inept and she lost her ship.
Devore Imperium stole it too, did they?
The Devore, yes, they did.
Who was the Devore again?
Remember.
Well, the Hirogen too, and killing
Yeah.
them.
The Hiroger, yeah.
Yeah,
How many-
did.
How many times did Janeway lose her ship? There's a new charge for her right there. It doesn't matter about her other antics or anything else. She's a captain who lost her ship 3 times.
That's
Well,
a good
real
captain
world-
would know what Suska knew, what Voyager would do, and change her tactics. That's true.
Yeah. In the
Yeah.
real world, any captain that loses their ship once and survives never gets a command again, and they get sashayed out of whatever service that they're in.
Kirk lost the ship to Khan.
And to the
Yeah, so Kirk
Andromeda
technically should also-
aliens.
Yeah,
Yeah, so Kirk technically should not.
Kelvins.
Yeah, those are the Andromeda aliens. Yeah, so yeah, technically Kirk too.
I guess you could say kind of to the people that were out of time, the fast people or whatever. Wink of an eye or blink of an eye, that episode.
No, he didn't lose his ship to them.
And Janeway didn't lose her ship there.
No, I'm talking about Kirk. 'Cause they had control of the
Yeah,
ship,
Ah,
didn't they?
No, they were.
Because didn't they have that device that was controlling the ship that they couldn't touch because it was like super cold or something stupid like that?
Yeah, it hadn't fully started.
Oh.
Remember, Kirk found a way to stop it.
I see.
I think there is a difference between flat out losing your ship and then losing it and then getting it back. Janeway
Yeah.
lost her ship to the Kazon and did not get her ship back. Tom Paris got the ship back with a bunch of Talaxians.
Picard kept getting his ships destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and don't forget they did that with the help of Suter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did. A mass
That's-
murder,
yeah,
a
M5
hologram.
M5 took over the ship too.
Yeah. But yeah, I suppose if you get your ship back like Kirk did almost the entire time, then yeah, you're okay. But if you lose your ship and you don't get it back,
Well, you could say Kirk didn't get the ship back, and without MacGyver's help, MacGyver's and
give us
Spock.
a McNeese.
No, see, she was mutinous. She should have
Yeah,
been shot.
but
Yeah.
why? Well, they probably wouldn't shoot her.
But
But
Professor, at the same time, Kirk did overcome Khan with a piece of styrofoam in engineering.
Yeah, right to the kidney.
Yeah.
Well,
So that was the end of that takeover.
yeah, but
Yeah,
he almost died in that decompression
True.
chamber.
Right.
I mean,
And if it wasn't for McGivers, he wouldn't be able to
yeah,
pick up that
exactly.
piece of styrofoam.
John's
Still-
right though. The Enterprise D getting taken over by a handful of Ferengis against 1,000 people.
But the captain technically did take the ship back. He might have been 12 years old at the time, but he took the ship back.
Yeah, the Starship Mine people, they pretty much stole.
Yeah.
The Binour stole the ship.
And actually, you
Combiners,
can blame that more on Riker than you can Picard, because I think Riker had essentially taken over because of Picard was 12 years old.
True.
I
want to see him
now. No.
Even if you strip out like all the families and kids, there's still got to be at least 800 probably crew members on board against 6 Ferengi.
That's ridiculous how the Ferengi took over. What was there a skeleton crew and children only aboard? Well, it had to be.
That was just bad.
Well,
like-
see, that was toward the end of the run, and so the stories really started getting weak.
Yeah.
That's when the holodeck that's when the ship got pregnant. Remember? And
Stupid.
what else? Data had dreams, and
Uniform
Terrible
City.
math episode.
Uniform City, yeah. You know, I could end Rascals in 10 minutes. All you would have to do is after the kid senior staff figures out that the ship is taken over, let's sneak onto the battle bridge. Game over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of having a temper tantrum to unlock a classroom computer, let's just sneak into the Jeffries tubes, go down to deck 8, get onto the battle bridge. We're done. Game is over. Nope. I want to see him now. No. That's what we got. It was the best.
Yeah, I made a joke like that on a question truck today.
Tag, you're it. Just shoot the kid.
No, you're it. Done.
The dumb Ferengi. It's like, oh, look at this Roomba.
Alexander, you lose.
Yeah, Alexander getting shot would have been the best Alexander episode ever made.
Oh God.
We wouldn't have to put up with him in DS9. Yep, and wouldn't have to put up with him in DS9. Stoke the fire again. All I ask is for a chance to prove myself.
See, the only problem with Alexander on DS9 was he was a nerd.
Yeah, a whiny bitch.
Well, he seemed to age very quickly.
Yeah.
Should only be 12 years old, not 18.
Thomas wants to know if Alexander was Asian.
It's possible. That's right. The nanites took over the ship too.
They did. They stole the Enterprise. They were constructed in Dakar, Senegal.
Well, come on. A hologram took over the Enterprise.
Yeah, that's true.
You know.
Moriarty.
Picard was a terrible captain.
Well, he thought he took over the Enterprise.
No, not
They
really.
trapped
Well,
him into
yeah,
a holodeck. Inside of a holodeck. Thank you, Barkley.
he really didn't take over. He fooled them into thinking he had taken over,
Jordy
but
was
he
stupid.
didn't really take over the Enterprise. Now, the first Moriarty, first time he appeared, he almost took over the ship then.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he kind of did, though, because he was able to shut everything down because they were stuck sitting there in front of that exploding star.
Yeah, and he was pulling that big ass lever.
Well, no, on the second one where they're in the holodeck, because the Enterprise was disabled in that one too, where they're
Omni says first Moriarty episode he did take over.
yeah.
But in that episode, he was totally the damn ship's computer. So that sounds like a coding issue.
Coding issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just remembered. I'm on the Tokyo Dump channel, so I just asked Omni to come up as Tokyo Dump. I'm supposed to be on Gaijin when I'm over here. I'm not recording.
Yeah, I kind of wondered why you chose that name, Tokyo.
Because I want to keep the poop emoji.
You
Replace
want to
the
be
dump
like
all-
you want to be like salty, huh?
Place to dump all my videos. Dump. No, I don't want to be like Salty, because the last time one of my live streams turned out to be like Salty's, I had to end it quickly.
Barclay took over. Just
And
getting
Sigrid.
home. Yeah. Omni's just getting home.
Okay.
That's right, Barkley did. But that was more for
Dumpsters.
altruistic mode means when Barkley took over.
Troy, Data, and O'Brien took over,
Sure.
sort of.
Well, the entities that took them over.
But still, we're reciting all of these examples where Picard lost the Enterprise. The question is, did he not get his ship back every time?
Oh, Janeway got her ship back.
Yeah.
She
He was
didn't.
lousy
One
ass.
time, she did not get her ship back. I mean, she walked back onto it after it had been recaptured by Tom Paris and the Talaxians.
The people under her command got the ship back. And you can cite that in other examples from other series. Those captains.
I still wouldn't count that because she herself did not get the ship
I
back.
mean, I think you're being overly harsh, but
Because Tom had every reason to, wash his hands of it. Like, I ain't going back there.
he wanted to get home as just much as anyone else.
Maybe he's stuck in the shitty Delta Quadrant.
He probably would have banged Dexa. Neelix's Talaxian girlfriend.
And then Janeway is responsible for any crime or crew committed in Jeff, is what Thomas says.
Well, it's true of any captain.
Thank you, John. John says in basics, Janeway didn't do any work herself to get the ship back. Tom Paris, the Doctor, and Suter got the ship back with the Talaxians.
Well, it's not like Janeway could have done anything. They were stuck on a fucking planet that was about to blow up.
That's her fault too.
Hey, Omni.
She didn't change the codes.
Welcome, Omni.
She didn't change the codes or reinforce the secondary processors or Hi Omni. She didn't do anything that she should have done to protect the ship after it was revealed that there was a Cardassian sleeper agent on her ship who defected to the Kazon. Banged Cullen. I mean, she should have anticipated something.
Yeah.
Nope.
Had the first officer thinking he was the baby daddy,
Yep.
Well, Janeway was probably thinking she wasn't that smart. I mean, she defected to the Kazon of all people.
Yeah, but they still managed to knock out the secondary command processors and self-destruct was gone.
Uh-huh.
Janeway should have done something to ensure that, hey, we got to change a couple of things around here because somebody knows our ship. who's an engineer who installed them in the first place.
Yeah, just the mere fact that a Cardassian knows my ship inside and out almost. You need to change not just one or two things, you need to change everything.
That's right. And she did nothing, absolutely nothing to secure her ship.
And
Because
it's
what
not
should have
like-
happened was, I'm sorry.
I was going to say it's not like Seska could have countered every single thing she changed.
Right. Because what should have happened was, once they started gnawing at the secondary command processors, Janeway should have been able to enable self-destruct, because the self-destruct routine should have been moved from the secondary command processors to tertiary or primary command processors. Not the secondary command processors, where no doubt Seska left them.
But that was the backups. I don't think that was the prime. The Kazon that blew himself up destroyed the primary self-destruct mechanism somehow. But the backups were the ones that were taken out by the Kazon attacks too. First, I mean, it's complicated. It's a lot of. You can't redesign the ship en route.
Many security breaches when Seska left. Janeway still did nothing.
Yeah, okay. Remember the opening raid that they launched against Voyager
Uh-huh.
in that episode. Remember they plowed something into Voyager, got some people in there to steal some shit, and got the hell out.
Right.
That in itself, don't even think about the computers and stuff. That in itself tells you are in trouble. Somebody knows your shit better than you do.
And you do nothing to change it.
Yeah.
But they said that too. They said it made us look like a bunch of first-year cadets or something. They said that Seska outsmarted them. They admitted it.
It should not have
And then
happened
you
in the
don't do
first place.
nothing.
Though.
You know, there's no way one could have come to me saying I'm defective and I'm gonna put you on. No, I'm not gonna put you on that ship.
In the real world, once a ship is compromised, the U.S. Navy goes right back to base. Mission's over. It's compromised that bad. I know Janeway didn't have that option to go back to base, but she certainly had the option to put down somewhere and reconfigure ship. She had that option. She should have taken it.
Yeah.
And she lost her ship.
That's not good TV.
And you're assuming that she didn't pressure Tuvok to change some security stuff around ever since Seska left. I mean, they did improve their security procedures over the years a bit, right? I mean,
The crew was only gone for a couple of months before she took over Voyager. Well, she didn't take over Voyager. She captured Voyager.
but they knew they were going into a trap too, though. They all knew that. They knew it was a trap, but they had to go see what about Chakotay's kid, right? That was what it was all about.
But even if it wasn't a trap, or even if it was a trap, Janeway still should have reconfigured her ship so that it couldn't be compromised, or at the very least make it much more complicated to be compromised, where they would take, if the Kazon were successful to capture the Voyager, they should have only been able to take half of the primary hull, literally. But no, Janeway still did nothing. She might have changed a couple of things on the computer, but
This
did
is an
not
interesting
rearrange it.
topic. I think it's worthy of a John DeMarco video. I would wager that Picard lost his ship more than Janeway, and so did Kirk. And we're just citing some examples from the top of our head right now. But if someone actually went back and researched this,
I think Picard probably is the number one person to lose his ship.
at least, yeah,
Probably
John's
Kirk
think-
after that.
John's thinking. He says,
Yeah. This would
and a
be
little counter on the bottom of the screen. Kirk 6, Picard 12, Janeway 4. How many times they completely lost their ship, or at least
again,
lost propulsion. Yeah. Oh, Data took over too. Next Generation. I don't know if you guys mentioned that. Brothers,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Yep.
yeah, he did.
I was driving. I
Well-
was in and out. Sorry.
again, I will also preface this with Janeway is the only captain who did not get her ship back directly.
No, yeah.
because there was a good chance that Tom Paris would have been blown out of the stars.
But
Did-
she
did-
ordered
did-
Tom to get the Talaxians, so it wasn't like she just was doing nothing. She said, "Tom, go," and he went and got the shuttle and went to go get the Talaxians. They knew they needed help. That was her
Did-
order.
I think
Did
that was
Picard
before-
really do anything to take the ship back from Barclay?
Mr. Worf,
No.
disconnect him from the ship.
Could you?
He
Because he
couldn't
had
do anything.
shields around his holographic chair.
Uh-huh.
Could you?
See,
Well,
but
I
that's
said
could
Worf down, cut it out.
Janeway?
Yeah.
see,
Yes.
but-
I mean,
but-
it's one thing to lose your ship to a military force. It's another thing to lose control of your ship to God, which Barclay basically became in the chair in the holodeck.
Now you're making excuses.
No,
What about the
not.
macro virus? Did she lose it to the macro virus, or was the ship just disabled? I wouldn't say they lost the ship to the macro virus. It was
He
just
directly
disabled.
got the ship back.
She single-handedly, yeah.
Got the
What
ship
you
back.
have to remember, what Barclay did was part of a program because that race wanted to meet
The
other.
Cytherians.
Yeah, they wanted to meet other
Cytherians, yeah.
people in the galaxy, and instead of them traveling there, they figured out a way to bring them to their home world.
But none
Well,
of
see, that's
them
kind
knew
of the
that.
thing. Picard didn't really do anything to really save his ship ever either. He just let the scenarios constantly play out. The Binars,
Binars,
he just
yep.
went to Binar. The
They did. Yeah.
Cytherians.
Right.
Didn't
you could-
Riker have to have sex with Minuet in order to release the computer program?
I don't remember that part of it.
I think
No,
Riker
it's-
did that. And got the
Yeah,
Must
to
be in
talk
a
to her.
deleted scene.
It's talking sex? I don't know. Maybe. You have to talk to her.
All this talk about captains, Cisco never lost shit.
Well, the Defiant was lost.
Yeah.
The
The
station
Defiant
was
Lost
lost.
to the Jemadar.
No,
the
the
station
Defiant
was
was-
lost. Yeah, for
No,
several
see,
months.
They lost the station.
Yeah,
lost the
Tuvok
station.
dressed as a Klingon took over with a trill.
Okay. Step back for a second. The Defiant was stolen by a transporter clone of Commander Riker.
Okay,
Yeah.
Still stolen.
right.
So
Because their DNA could have been changed, and they could have detected that. but they didn't.
it was a carbon copy. There's no computer can figure that out. Cisco didn't lose DS9.
Right.
He didn't?
He
He
did.
didn't lose it.
He did not.
Lost to the
Well, you
Dominion.
knew where it was, but he lost
find it.
control of it.
He lost
Yeah,
control of it.
Yeah.
No, he didn't lose control of it. That was a hostage situation. You're talking about when the guy came there to steal Dax from Jet
Right.
Geo.
No,
Correct.
no.
Okay,
That's
no,
not what I'm
don't
talking
talk
about.
No,
the
I'm
war.
talking about in.
I'm talking
when
about
the
that
Dominion attack
The
took
Dominion
over.
War.
Season 6. They were off the station for like 5 episodes or so.
The siege.
Okay, well,
Well, it
the
was several
siege,
months
they
in
were-
the universe time.
the siege. They were ordered off of. They were ordered off of DS.
All right, true. They were ordered. You're right. That's true. That's true.
Okay. He never
That's true.
lost it. Cisco never lost anything, and even though the Riker clones stole the Defiant, okay, that's not Cisco's ship. Cisco,
That isn't?
no, that's one asset that Cisco has in his retinue. Cisco,
That is
space
Cisco's
commander.
ship.
He is not
He
a-
lost runabouts too. If you want to go down that road, I mean, you know,
That was his ship.
they were stolen
He
left
was
and right.
He
Everyone
was in
about was
charge
stolen
of
and
that
destroyed.
ship.
Come on now, that doesn't.
Now, Worf was
Voyager
in charge
shuttle
of that
count.
ship,
Worf wasn't on the show yet.
but there was whoever had the equivalent rank. That's who was in charge of the Defiant. Okay,
I don't agree
Cisco
with that.
is a base commander. He is in charge of Deep Space Nine and all of its assets. Okay,
Yeah, that would falls under Jet
Defiant
Dax
is
to
one
Worf.
asset to Deep Space Nine.
All right. What about invasive
I-
procedures? We'll start with that one. Invasive procedure with the Dax people. They try to steal the Dax.
Yeah, that was a hostage situation. That was not. He did not lose control. He was right there on the damn space station.
But all the rest of the personnel were off the station. He was under captive. They controlled the systems. They were pushing buttons. They were in charge. Like they took control of the station for a small period of time, right? I mean, there was nobody left.
Yeah.
How about civil defense?
Yeah, Ducat
Refresh
took
my
the
mind
station
about that
over,
one.
sort of.
But the computer kind of took over. That was a Ducat computer program took
Yeah,
over.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that should count either.
Their command codes didn't work. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't.
They were trying to figure out what the hell stuff was. Okay, and Miles pushed the wrong goddamn button.
Actually, it was Jake, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Somebody pushed the wrong damn button.
Of course, it was Jake. Dad, what does this do?
Here's this Cardassian file. I can't get rid of it.
You will die.
Oh, it's funny.
Well, somebody got to blame Miles. I mean, he's the engineer. He.
Everybody blames Miles.
I mean, honestly, for DS9, I think the only two where you could say lost control would be the stealing of the Defiant and then literally losing the station for several months to the Dominion.
So the hostage situation and
No,
evasive
that-
procedures doesn't count.
Well,
That doesn't.
What
okay.
about one little ship when the Jem'Hadar took over the ship?
Well, that's true.
Oh,
Take
yeah, that's
over.
true. Yeah. I
Yep,
didn't think of that.
they did.
Barbie doll-sized Jadzia Dax saves the day. Her Mattel
Okay.
runabout
And-
playset.
Okay, I see. Okay, I'm the only one looking at it from a military perspective because I'm the guy that spent time in the military. I don't think any of you all have. So
No,
I spent a little
I
bit.
haven't.
I guess what the definition is he loses primary control of the station. Your computer's locked out, can't control stuff, right? Like with the Starship is you lose control of propulsion, right? You can't go here to there. Your command codes are locked out. You can't self-destruct. You can't do this, can't do that. That's the way I'm looking at it.
okay,
The way I look at it is somebody has taken control of your station or ship.
The command center and the computer.
They are effectively in possession of your ship now and doing whatever they want with it.
but you can still have control. Even though they've got the bridge, you can still, depending on what you have at hand for you, you can still be in control. Remember,
Yep, sabotage something.
yeah. Look at the episodes. I think it was The Circle. They were ordered off of DS9,
Yes.
but the
You're right.
handful of them stayed there, and they threw monkey wrenches in everything they could.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have not lost control in the sense that y'all are talking about. If that were
That one I would agree with you with.
Yeah, that one too, because they were ordered to leave. What about the Q taking control of the ship?
Had they not been ordered to leave, but Cisco was like, "Fuck this shit," and then him, three or four of his staff.
You kind of said it like Hawk would say it too. Fuck this shit, Spencer.
Yeah.
Spencer.
They decided to fight back like that. That would still, in that situation, he did not lose control of his command. He fought back.
This is
Losing control of the command is different than losing the ship itself. Losing control of the ship.
Yeah, okay, because
Janeway lost.
what happened to Janeway, she lost command and control because
She lost the ship.
Well,
She got marooned on an alien planet, and the ship was gone. She's done.
Cisco
Basics,
lost the
yeah.
Defiant to Thomas Riker.
A warship.
He lost it to William Riker on a technicality. Not
No,
well,
he
even though it
didn't.
was Thomas, he still
Yeah,
lost
he
it
did.
to William Riker.
he didn't lose it because Kira was the one throwing the monkey wrenches and everything on board the Defiant. Okay,
Yeah, but that
he
didn't
wasn't
save the
there.
day. Right.
see,
Yeah, that's true.
She
The
didn't save the day.
problem was-
Cisco did from Cardassia, and he brokered
Yeah.
a deal to get intelligence information or something from the ship. I mean, it was
Yeah, they capture the Maquis and interrogate him.
yeah.
Cisco got a ship back, and everybody else went to Cardassia to have their molars removed. and to demand that there are 5 lights when there are actually 4.
That's just basic interrogation school, Mr. Golmadred, right? Yeah,
That's right. That's right. Developed by the best in Auburn Tane.
I can't believe you got him to confess there were 5 lights when there were only 3, Mr. Tane.
Whatever happened to Dr. Pardek?
John, maybe
Have to look him
the
up.
Defiant should have had some crew on there to, some security on there to take it back.
They had a computer kiosk at the freaking airlock.
I mean, you could.
I really don't.
Okay, you could say that Cisco didn't lose control of the Defiant in that episode, but you could still say it was stolen.
No, yeah, it was.
He lost it. He lost the ship.
He
It was
lost
gone.
a Federation starship under his control was stolen. I mean, how much more clear do we have to say it? A very powerful one, by the way, with a huge arsenal.
Which is supposed to be more powerful than a Nebula class starship, right?
I would say it is.
So how would the Phoenix be able to take out several Keldon class starships when it took massive amounts of effort by the Defiant?
And that particular episode, the Cardassians weren't exactly fleshed out all the way. Their complete power. In fact, they seemed a little helpless. Like they seemed technologically behind the Federation. Because when Gul Masset said, "Oh, you can read our transponder codes," like he was shocked about that. Like that was
I
some.
don't think they had their Keldon class yet.
Did they say Keldon class? They just said warship. They said Cardassian warship, right?
I assumed it was just their shitty Galler class.
Well, the Galler is actually bigger than the Keldon, wasn't it? The Keldon was like a baby Galler, wasn't it?
No, the Keldon was the big one.
Oh, it was?
No, the Keldons were half the size of the Galler. But
Right.
The Keldons were the bigger ones that were
Defiants of
built by the
Cardassian fleet.
Obsidian Order.
Yeah, they're the Defiants of the Cardassian fleet. They're fatter than the
They were definitely
Gallows, but
bigger.
they're
No
short.
way, they were bigger.
The Galler was
They're
the big
more
boys,
powerful.
I thought.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
Gallers were weak compared to the Keldons. The Keldons would rip you apart.
But in that episode, the Cardassians weren't really fleshed out. So I felt that the writers were making them a little bit technologically inferior to the Federation at that point. I know there was a previous war and they were kind of evenly matched, but the Nebula, that was a strong ship. I mean, that was like a baby Galaxy class. And like even Gul Masset said, a huge arsenal at his disposal. The photon torpedoes, the phasers. They can do some serious damage to someone that's a little bit behind technologically.
John, I would disagree with you. John says that it was a different situation with the Defiant because it was effectively inactive. I don't think you would have the Defiant inactive, knowing that the Dominion could come through the wormhole at any moment.
That ship was ready to go.
See, but
That ship was ready to go, or it should have been.
Yeah,
And they had the palm print. They had some kind of security there, right? It's just like
one
Riker got around it.
kiosk, no
Kiosk,
officers.
yes.
but okay, on that Defiant situation, it was Thomas Riker who stole the ship. Who did he
Yes.
say he was?
Will Riker.
William Riker.
He
And the
impersonated
computer.
his clone. Yes.
He was in
clone.
genetically everything. He was William T. Riker. He was not
Yep.
Thomas Riker.
Right.
So how do you stop it? Okay, there's nothing
There may not be a way.
done.
Yeah, and as far as the
to
computer's
stop it,
concerned, it was
because that was
Riker. It
his
was
clone.
right.
Okay,
It was
You can-
Commander Riker who took the ship. As far as the computer's concerned, it was a perfectly allowable, valid transaction.
You could leave a security force on the ship at all times with phaser rifles standing there guarding the ship,
It should have been.
right? On the bridge, the engineering sensitive areas. You have a security detail, a roving patrol, something. But no, it's just empty. You know, Brian's in there tinkering around on the bridge controls.
How did Cisco not think of that?
There you go. Okay, I'll give you an example. You said military thinking. You know, a Navy ship that's at the base. They don't just leave the ship empty just because the crew leaves. There's a security force left behind. There's somebody there walking the hallways, checking, making sure there's no sabotage happening.
Armed to the teeth.
John says by inactive, he doesn't mean the ship was shut down, that the ship was just in standby with no crew. Again, I think you'd want to have some sort of crew always on that ship, knowing that the Dominion could come through the wormhole at any moment.
Right.
And this is DS9. This is a nest of scum and villainy in the visual sector. You
not-
should have security on your ship.
And Thomas thinks we're all racist.
It's possible.
Well, when the Bynars got the ship, it was empty, right? The Bynars took an empty Enterprise pretty much, although they feigned a emergency to get it empty, right? But either way, Starship Mine people got it when it was empty.
True.
So
People got in when it was empty, but it was empty because of a barium sweep that wipes out all organic matter.
right, so it had to be empty.
Had to be empty. It
It
was
had to be
their
empty at
choice.
that point. What about when Q took over? I mean, Q took over many times.
Q's God. Q was a God thing, so
Now,
he
keyword.
falls under Barkley in the chair.
Okay.
You can't do anything against God or a God thing.
And he was.
But you can let a few Ferengi with some birds of prey take over.
I want my daddy now. Now.
Oh, God, no.
Like I said, just a couple of trips through the Jeffries tube to the Battle Bridge. That episode is over in 10 minutes. Nope.
But then we wouldn't get to see Ro learn to have fun jumping out of bed.
Jumping on a mattress. Yeah, you're right.
So John says it only takes a few moments to prepare the Defiant for action. Well, they come screaming through the wormhole. You're not going to have a few moments. That station's right there.
Yeah, it's a fully armed station too.
Yeah, I'd
Not
assume
at that point, it wasn't.
well, I'd still assume the shields would hold for long enough for them to get the
No,
ship up
no.
and running.
Now, by that episode, you have to assume that they were fully up and running, armament wise.
I don't think you can make that assumption because they made a point in
Remember what
Way of
happened in
Warware.
Season 4, yeah.
Now, remember what happened in it was the second episode. They didn't have anything to fight off the Cardassians, and Kira almost surrendered to them. Starfleet made some changes.
Yeah.
They had to.
some, but not the massive
And
change
this
that we
is
saw in
wrong.
season 4.
They were working on it, but it wasn't fully done
Yeah.
until the Way of the Warrior, right? The upgrades.
To me, when DS9 actually started with season 4.
Bald Cisco.
Yes.
Okay.
Or Hawk.
Hawk.
No, that's
in
just when
space.
Yeah, it was
No,
Hawk.
that's when it just really got good. It
Really good.
started. I mean, now it started from Emissary. If you're paying attention to what's being said before you, and the different possibilities that the show could take, it started with Emissary.
Okay. What started with Emissary exactly?
DS9, the legacy,
All shows start with a pilot, though. But
the ultimate Trek franchise show.
I mean, it set the
I'll
world.
agree.
It created the world. Yeah.
I agree. It's the best series of the franchise.
What?
I feel like we're missing one time. They lost the station too, but no, call it even. And what about Archer?
Archer was incompetent in every way, shape, and form. This man got captured every week.
Yeah. Archer was just goofy. Okay. That was fish out of water. You got a Vulcan on your team that's telling you, if I were you, I wouldn't do that. And you do it anyway. You get your ass burned consistently.
Yeah.
And your first officer is, no, you need to leave that alone. But we're here to explore. Okay.
Okay.
Thomas
That's what I wanted.
Thomas says they had a listening post in the Gamma Quadrant. I don't think they had it at that point yet because they had to have the wormhole just open a little bit for it to work. And that had not.
Cardassian engineers.
Yeah, the Sword
right?
of the Sword of Stars.
Sword of Stars, the 3 Vipers.
Yeah, the 3 Vipers. It lined the wormhole and made it crack open just a little bit all the time, and allowed the listening post to transmit through. I don't think they had it yet.
Well, Archer lost the ship to the Ferengi as well.
Yeah,
Yes, he did.
Yep.
Totally
that's
incompetent.
honestly the
Like I
one
said,
I
he's
can think of.
incompetent. For the only captain who has never once violated the Prime Directive, he lost his ship a lot.
And there's a few others, I think, but I'm trying to think who else directly took over.
The Suliban.
Oh, that's
There
true.
was-
They
wait.
did. Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
There was no prime directive when Archer was
Exactly.
And that's the joke.
Exactly.
That's the
That's
joke.
the joke.
They were still figuring that shit out.
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
joke. That's the punchline.
I don't think the Zindi got the ship.
The Zindi never got the ship.
No.
They beat
No.
the crap out of it, but they never
Yeah,
got the ship.
Right. Right. They pummeled
Right.
it, but they didn't get it.
Right.
So I think it was just the Suliban and the
About the Orions.
The Orions.
Ah,
Isn't-
they didn't.
Did they take over?
They didn't really take over. They just made everyone
No.
crazy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
the green chicks, they took over.
Yeah.
Dixon Bounty, yeah. They almost did. But then
But Trip was immune.
Super Trip, yes.
Right,
Trip is
yeah.
immune because of DePaul.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit! I forgot. Picard lost a ship to a video game.
He did.
He
Oh,
did.
that's true.
Yes, he did. He did.
But he didn't quite lose
I'm only at level 13.
Well,
I'm
because
on level
Data
5.
and Wesley
Yeah.
kind of. He did lose it. Yeah, it's
He
true.
lost it to the game.
The game because
Playing it as Ready Room 2.
and that was so out of character for Picard to play that game.
I will not lose the Enterprise to Super Mario Brothers. Put down the controller, Wesley, and shut up.
Shut up, Wesley.
you're right. Why would Picard even play the game? Because you have to get addicted by playing it once, right?
Yeah,
I don't think he'd ever put that thing on his head. There'd be no reason for him to do that. Yeah.
What
Riker
is this
probably did
thing?
it. Or Beverly might have done it to him. John Luke, you've got
Like,
to
you have to try this. Oh, okay, dear. Okay, Beverly.
Didn't Archer also lose his ship to the religious nuts in Chosen Realm?
Hmm.
S. John.
I don't remember.
Oh,
So
Yes, we did.
oh yeah. Okay, with the sphere building worshiper people, right? They worship the spheres. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
They took
Yeah, I
okay.
think you're right.
yeah.
I'm going to have to beef up on my Enterprise.
But that was, yeah. They planted something on the warp core. They did something to force them to go somewhere against their will.
wasn't it Silic that saved the ship though? Not even the crew.
Silic saved the ship with the Agasoria people.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that
Right?
was the wrong one. It's a different episode.
Yeah, that's right. We get those two mixed up.
Yeah, similar.
Archer
they were
nearly
monks.
lost the ship to the Klingons.
Yeah,
In Affliction Divergence.
the Augments never tried to take Enterprise though. Really, they
No,
didn't really
They
Yeah.
just broke in to take out.
to get soon.
To get soon, yeah.
I still think Janeway is the least lost her ship the least. I'm just going to say it like that until there's an official tally by the Great Beard. I don't.
It's not the amount of times that we're talking about originally, it's the degree of which somebody should be held accountable.
Kirk
For losing
lost the Enterprise to Bella. And let that be your last battlefield.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
took over the ship. He lost
he
the
did.
ship to kids and
Yeah.
Would
You
Charlie
lost
X
the-
count?
let,
then,
let,
too?
no, what was it?
The children
and
shall
the children
lead or
shall
something.
lead.
Yeah.
He lost his ship to Nomad.
No.
for a little bit.
No, not really.
Nomad held him hostage again. I'll blow up if you don't do this. I'll blow up if you don't do that. Is that really taking over the ship?
Thomas says Archer was taken to the future just before the Suliban took it.
V'ger.
But V'ger didn't really control the ship either. There was a tractor beam on it, but does that mean they have control? I mean, I don't.
Yeah, Kirk was still in command.
Okay, so hostage situation because they could have been digitized at any minute.
Well,
That was
that's a
hostage situation.
threat, but they weren't really.
Bella, yeah, that was a good one. You're right.
Our
And then-
shields cannot withstand another attack.
Thomas says they never got an answer from the Salty panel about not changing the command code in Unimatrix Zero.
What does that mean exactly?
Looking back,
Not changing the
I
command
admit
code in
I'm-
Matrix Zero.
I missed that comment, Thomas.
Yeah.
And I apologize.
Hmm.
I don't see that comment.
Oh, remember when Janeway, B'Elanna, and Tuvok were assimilated? The Borg used Tuvok access codes. A good captain would have told them to change them. That's true.
Oh, that's interesting. But I think they figured that the Doctor's serum would prevent them from being assimilated.
Yeah, I guess.
But
it-
that was. But they
But
should have
Tuvok-
double checked.
Tuvok went down.
But they should have. You're right. That's a good point. I always thought that too. They should have anticipated that something would have went wrong and changed the codes just to be safe. That's a good point.
Well, it's
Yeah.
consistent for Janeway. It's
What, just-
consistent. Just completely ignore what she has to do to save her, to protect her ship. She didn't do anything with Seska. She's definitely not going to do it when the Borg have her access codes.
Wait, wasn't that a trap set by the Borg Queen though?
No, because Tuvok was already assimilated fully. She got the command codes from Tuvok.
Well, I mean, you would kind of have to blame the entire ship because Chakotay didn't think of it either.
True.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Nobody
Janeway-
thought to change things after Seska, so it just. But Janeway's the captain, so she takes responsibility.
Now, Janeway's the captain.
Okay, Aravik is like chapping our hide now.
That's insane.
Like
Cyborg-
Annie, you would be the best captain in her
In her
situation.
situation. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
she did. She's got her crew
Look,
home.
we got to give him that. Okay, we got to give him that because we're looking at Janeway's fuck ups. We could really fuck up royally and,
Yep.
and not even come close to getting the ship back. At least she was smart enough to send Tom Paris out to go
Yep.
find help. Okay.
Every time I ran into
Yeah.
a lippy alien, I'd be taking out the garbage.
Thomas says anything her crew does or doesn't is her fault. Well, that's
Right.
true of any captain.
And I might not be better than Janeway, but I guarantee you somebody else would have thought, hey, somebody in my crew who was on my engineering team, who knows my ship systems inside and out, turned out to be a Cardassian sleeper agent. I'm going to change my stuff around to protect
You're
my
assuming
ship.
she didn't, though. You're
She
assuming
didn't. We know she didn't. 3, 4, 5 episodes later, her ship got captured by the Kazon.
But I
With
know, but that was
Seska.
supposed to, they needed to be cliffhanger. It was done because of plot. It was just let's put the the crew on a desert
Yeah, but-
planet and
But your
have the
MacGuffin
ship
shouldn't
fly
be
away.
a
Yeah.
your MacGuffin shouldn't be a stupid captain.
Now, what you're missing is Seska was not jousting with Janeway. She was jousting with Chakotay.
Chakotay.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
And you got to think she had to have changed everything. Because remember, Seska tried to kill Tuvok and in a damn simulation
Yep.
for that.
That was after this, but yes, right.
Oh, okay. Was okay.
Yeah, it was actually before. It was intended to be before. So you're
Well,
both
she
right.
wrote the program, but
Before she was discovered as a sleeper agent. Yeah, you're both right. It was before and after.
the program
So-
wasn't run until after Seska was dead.
Right.
Okay.
You're both right. Take the W.
Well, Eddington did the same thing on the Defiant.
Yes, he did.
He planted a what they call it, some kind of retro cascade virus, whatever, on the Defiant and the station to
But
sabotage it.
Here's the big difference between those two examples. The Eddington situation was written, directed, and played out beautifully and logically. Janeway's was a big head scratcher. Like, this should never have happened. Eddington, it had no choice but to happen, because Eddington was the writers were actually competent enough to figure all that out. That's
But
why
they
it
didn't-
worked on DS9.
But hold on a second. Let's play that out. Eddington, a lieutenant commander
In the Starfleet.
with in Starfleet security, with tons of information, tons of access, defected to the Maquis. Yet somehow they didn't find this computer virus on the Defiant 2 years later, or on the ship 2 years later, or on the station. Excuse me.
Was it 2 years or was
A
it
year and a
few
half,
months
a
later?
year, whatever it was. I mean, they had time. They had time to figure it out. They had,
So
you don't know when he planted that.
well, he did it before he left.
we are talking about
He even said that he did it before he left.
You're,
all
you're,
aside,
you're insinuating that virus had been in the system 2 years.
He said
or
that.
a year and a half or so.
Well, he said I did it before. I made sure to plant a virus in the Defiant. And, he even admitted it. He did it before he defected.
Right.
And then a
But
year or so went by between his defection and Cisco chasing him
here's
with
the
the
thing.
Malinche. Yeah,
He didn't defect. He didn't defect until he stole those
replicators.
replicators.
Yeah.
So here's
But-
the thing about Eddington, though. You prefaced everything about Eddington and gave him all these credentials. Forget, he's also a programmer. We know he's a programmer. He was the one that designed the virus. He designed that virus to be undetectable. He put that virus in some sort of back memory that's usually not touched in
But that's
regular
what Seska
diagnostics.
did. But that's what Seska did. The same thing. You're holding Janeway accountable. Oh, look what Janeway. She didn't do this, didn't do that. What about
I'm not
Cisco?
holding Janeway accountable for what Seska did.
Okay.
Not there. I'm holding Janeway accountable for what Seska was and what she actually did. I'm not holding her accountable for having a sleeper virus inside of a holodeck program. I'm holding her accountable for not protecting her ship after a trusted member of her crew decided to rip off her face and say, "Hi, I'm a Cardassian. Screw you all." Give everybody the finger while she beams out like a Barbie doll. And does nothing.
So what would you have done?
I would have sat down on a planet and reconfigured my starship.
So you,
And
okay, get the
undone
ship, park
everything.
it on a planet for 4 months, rebuild everything, right?
Yep.
Security from top to bottom.
Yep.
And you are vulnerable.
And well, maybe not. Not if I park my ship on an asteroid inside of a nebula where nobody can detect me anyway. All I'm doing is messing with the internals in the first place. Everything that Seska touched. Undo it and replace it.
John says in the comments, as chief of Starfleet Security, Eddington also had a long time with access to the DS9 and Defiant, with which to design and hide the virus. Yes, of course. I
Yeah.
mean, he definitely had time. He was there. He was stationed there for over a year.
Yeah,
Let's
so
see.
anything and everything worked out perfectly for Eddington to remotely enable that program.
Thomas Putz says,
Which he
"Don't get
did.
me started on how the entire Voyager mission went part of UFP and Spoonhead invasion of the Delta Quadrant in direct violation of this." That was a conspiracy, Thomas, that 7 and 9 came up with. That was unfounded.
Spoonhead invasion of the Delta Quadrant. And he calls us
Oh.
racist. It's awesome.
I know, right? And John, of course, has to throw in one thing I'm sure of. If I was in Janeway's situation, I wouldn't kill Tuvix. Oh, man.
Yeah,
Tuvix was the
But
best
but
thing
she saved 2 people in doing that.
She did. The needs of the many.
Yeah, because all they had to do really was take a DNA sample from Tuvix and then do that. So if you want to recreate him, you have the blueprint to do it.
Wouldn't have the memories. Wouldn't be the same person.
Or just get that mimetic gel that Phlox had to make Sim. Tuvix is back.
Nobody liked Tuvix anyway.
Nope.
He was a real whiny crybaby.
Mercer says, don't forget Eddington sabotaged the cloak first. Well, I think he did that kind of on orders
Yes, from Admiral.
from the Admiral.
I think we're just proving that Starfleet's an evil empire.
No, it
Oh,
isn't.
here we go again. Here we go again.
I mean, there's a handful of bad admirals.
That's one
Thomas
thing.
says, she never saved the flower.
She never saved. Oh, what the orchid? Which flower?
Orchid.
Oh, the Tuvok orchid.
The Tuvix orchid.
Tuvix orchid. Oh, so not the one Suter did. Okay, Tuvix's orchid. Got it.
Wait, wasn't the Tuvok wasn't Suter's quarters destroyed?
Yeah.
Because the Kazon blew
Was,
himself
yeah.
up next to it. Right, they put the self-destructing Kazon right next to Suter.
Yeah. That was smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is no orchid anymore. It's gone.
Tuvok orchid is incinerated.
Fatality.
Thomas says a handful of bad admirals. You can count on one hand good admirals. Yeah, that's actually true.
And that is something I will forever put Trek for doing, is having all these damn rogue admirals.
Yeah.
It makes no damn sense. I mean,
Bad
to
admirals.
put up to end up having the credentials it takes to be an admiral and then to fucking go rogue.
Admiral Kennelly, right? He was a bad one. Pressman.
All of them. That everybody but Nechayev, and they probably had a dossier on her.
She had a dossier. She had some dossier. She had some dirt on the Nechayev. Yeah.
She's got the Cardassian dossier. She spent some time on Cardassian with 2 escorts in a Lucarian City hotel.
Lucarian City.
Well, I mean, they already, Nechayev, did do some bad things. She wanted to start a new trail of tears with that Indian planet.
She did. She did.
She did. She wanted to kill Spock.
But
Wait,
that was
she's-
under orders from the Federation
Asian
Council. That was
As an
not
Asian-
her going rogue. That was
Asian admiral that wanted to kill Spock.
We don't
Yeah.
know that. She could have just said it was the Federation Council.
well. I mean, okay.
Maybe Nechayev wanted to build a summer home there.
Wow.
Nechayev.
Mara Risa.
Admiral Nakamura always seemed to be
He
a
was
fine,
good.
upstanding officer.
Except he didn't mind dismantling data. He could care less about that.
That wasn't Nakamura. That was that old guy.
No, Nakamura.
No, it was a white. That was a white dude.
He brought Bruce Maddox on the bridge and go, "Oh yeah, let this guy have at your android. Have fun."
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, let
was
Maddox have at him.
Nakamura didn't care about starting a war with the Romulans.
That's true.
Don't breach the neutral zone unless they do.
Admiral Settee, but she was retired, so I don't know if you really want to count that as she wasn't.
I've
admiral.
taken down bigger men than you, Picard.
Picard.
Thomas says Nakamura was a person that Cinnabon hates.
Really? Oh, because of his ethnicity. I understand. I see that.
He's
Yes.
Japanese.
He's another failure Asian on
He's
Trust
a
Star.
Japanese admiral.
Didn't know how to start a war. Bastard.
That's not Nakamura, it's Nagura.
Nagura.
Nagura was
Oh, maybe
the
it is
admiral in-
Nagora. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
saying it
wait.
wrong. Oh wait,
No,
I think
Nagura was the
Nakamura
admiral in the mission. It was
he's the black guy in Star Trek 3. I think Nakamura, he's supposed to have been an African.
no, that was Admiral Morrow.
Moro.
Morrow was in 3. Nogura was only mentioned
for the
by
motion
Kirk
picture,
in the
right?
motion picture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was the one that.
He was an asshole. He took the ship away from Decker.
Yeah.
Was he Japanese too? Nagura?
Oh yeah, Nagura is a Japanese name.
Eric says, so I suppose I'm supposed to hate Commander Quinteros.
Quinteros. Why?
Quinteros.
I don't remember
I'm not
that one.
sure.
You know, that was the same actor from Mud's Women. I don't know if anyone actually realized that.
For those
That
of us who
was
actually
he was one
watched
of the
it.
miners on the original series episode Mud's Women.
One in like
Um,
Rigel 11 or something like that.
Yes.
Thomas just posted a link to a Bad Admiral list.
Oh, I got to see that. Let me see. Thank you, Thomas.
Oh God.
I have to
No.
look at this now.
Don't forget about Admiral Forrest, upstanding
No.
Starfleet admiral.
Yes.
He was a good admiral. One of the few.
He was
Admiral-
a good one.
Admiral Paris, I thought was really good.
Admiral Paris was a good guy.
Paris.
Yeah, Hayes, arguably.
Good man,
Odd man.
fine officer, even
Bit
if
of a
he was a
windbag.
bit of a windbag, says John.
Okay, Admiral Satie's on the list. I'm looking at the list. Thank you, Thomas.
Yep.
Admiral
Marcus
Todman,
Count non-canon. Leighton was a bastard.
Pressman, Marcus. Yeah, Leighton, definitely Leighton. Yep.
Yeah.
Mark
Jameson.
Did you count
Yeah.
him as a bad admiral?
Admiral, John
Admiral
says
Benjamin
Admiral
Button?
Ross. Admiral Ross was a good guy, except for that one time with Section 31.
Kennelly, definitely. Dougherty, definitely.
Dougherty was a scumbag. Kennedy was-
Total scumbag. Cartwright.
Cartwright was no. I wouldn't put him as a bad admiral.
Well, he wasn't involved in conspiracy to kill the Klingon chancellor. So I mean, there's
Not
something
before that. Yeah, but not before that.
before all that.
Star
it was
Trek
fine.
5 and 6. Well, he wasn't in 5. In Star Trek 4 and 6, he was awesome.
4, he was good.
He 6 up until the point where he was arrested for being a conspirator scumbag.
So he was okay before that, even though he was conspiring with Klingons to kill the chancellor.
Kill their
and-
own chancellor. Yeah.
Yeah,
How
Dougherty was
trustworthy
the worst.
can they be?
and John has his own list of bad admirals.
Oh, let me see here. Let me see. Oh, I gotta look at this.
The
now.
YouTube.
Oh, it's a
YouTube
video? Okay.
video.
Let me see here.
Janeway for wanting to kill the kids. In her
Cartwright,
pursuit of
Jameson.
Chakotay. I could put her as a bad admiral.
The Pegasus, Dougherty. It's just pretty much the Admiral Leighton. Ross, no, I wouldn't say Ross is bad. No.
Ross was not
no.
a bad admiral. Towing the line, yes, but not a bad admiral.
But I will watch this video in its entirety because I do want to hear John's explanation with Ross.
Probably because he was part of Section 31.
He's referring to Inter Arma Enum's Silent Legacy. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
No, but despite that, Ross was not a bad admiral.
no.
Ross was playing. He was playing the game in there.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
wartime.
Towing the line. That's all
Yeah,
he
this
was
was
doing. Towing the
wartime.
line.
And
Th-
they needed to make sure they had Romulans that would be on their side. And let's face it, Adrian Barbeau's character
Huh.
did not fit that bill. That's why they did what they did. And you have to look, okay, you even had Romulans that helped. Okay. So it had
Right.
to be the right thing to do.
Koval himself, the supposed target,
Yeah.
Mhm.
was
He's the
part
mole.
of Section 31,
Yeah.
just to get rid of Kretak.
Yep. Adrian Barbeau. Yep, that's right.
Rid of Tits McGee.
She was, back in the day, that's what she was known for.
Yeah.
I think she's still known for him, even though she's
Senator Tits
pushing 80.
McGee.
She's still got a rack on her.
That was. I mean, Escape from New York. You watch it. That's it. The whole movie.
Yeah.
That's what she's
Romulan
there
Senator Tits McGee. Nice.
for. Adrian Barbeau.
Also, why you watch Swamp Thing, let's be honest.
Yep. Oh, she was in that one too.
Yeah, the first Swamp Thing, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So she was the scientist, right?
No, she was the scientist's bodyguard.
Ervik says, don't forget about Admiral Pure Hubris.
Non-canon. Unfortunately. Oh, she was a bad admiral too. Don't get me wrong. She was terrible. But non-canon.
Hubris, who was that?
Picard
the one
season
from
one.
Picard.
Admiral Clancy was her name. Was her character's name.
Oh, okay, the one that told us because
It goes sheer fucking
Hubris. Yeah.
The Federation doesn't get to dictate who lives or dies on Romulus. Yes, we do. We absolutely do. God, shut up.
Yeah, that was just,
Shut up,
Mercer
Kurtzman.
says Admiral Halsey.
and
Admiral Halsey from
don't forget the one that wore the sunglasses. The fake
Commander O, Commodore O.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she was a double agent, so
Kumiko?
I mean, yeah, it's true.
Kumiko from Karate Kid 2.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
what's her name
But she
from
wasn't an
Babylon
admiral;
5?
she was a commodore, right? She wasn't.
a
Was she an
Commodore
admiral?
is an admiral.
Commodore, so lower admiral, lower half.
Okay.
Oh, rear admiral, lower half. Sorry.
Who's Halsey?
I don't even remember that one.
Is that from like the Battle of Midway or something? Like, what are we talking about here?
I'm not sure why he mentioned Halsey. Halsey was the admiral, the main admiral on the Orville.
Oh, from Orville,
Oh.
because
He
there was an
wasn't an
Admiral
admiral.
Halsey on the
That was
Battle
the
of
admiral-
Midway, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
it
that would
was.
be Admiral Perry, Mercer, not Halsey. Halsey was a good guy. Perry was a scumbag in the end. Halsey was a good guy. Halsey was your friend.
Did the Breen change sides in the Dominion War? Aravic asks.
No,
No.
No, they didn't.
no.
The
Only the
Cardassians did.
Cardassians.
Yeah.
All,
The Kardashians.
John says all the admirals in the Orville are named for World War II naval officers.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, because the Halsey was one, a famous
Yeah,
one
and
actually.
Perry, of course.
Nimitz was one too.
Who's here? Oh, let's go to. Oh, my colleague's here. I got to get going, guys.
All right, Tokyo.
All right.
See you guys
Thanks for
later.
joining us,
Awesome combo.
Tokyo.
Good seeing you,
Awesome.
brother.
See you guys.
Janeway was a good admiral. I'll just say it now that he left the room. But
He wasn't.
I would agree with you.
She got her crew home.
She's-
She was
how
a
can you call her a
captain.
bad admiral?
She was a captain when she did that.
Future Janeway brought her the technology to get home.
Alternate history or alternate future Janeway.
I liked
you
her
look at
actually. Endgame Admiral Janeway. She was good. The one that drinks tea, not coffee.
Well, that's one flaw against her, I guess.
But she helped develop those shields. The what do you call it, the armor? That was all her, supposedly, to develop tactics against the Borg.
The ultimate transphasic torpedo.
Those were great too.
Take out a Borg ship in one shot.
But that armor was so cool though. Like that
The Batman armor.
yeah. It's just holographic, whatever it is, it just materializes over the hull, puts a shell over it. I mean, it's great.
Was it ablative?
It was
Yeah.
on top of ablative. Yeah, it was like extra ablative. What about the original series? They didn't have too many admirals, really. They had a few and a couple of
It's
commodores.
usually like
But
Federation advisors that were the dicks.
yes,
Yeah, the not the advisors. They were the ambassadors.
Advancers,
one-
yeah.
the one with Marcus 7, that guy, and the other one. What's the other guy? The guy from with Armageddon game, right? Him.
Yeah.
And Galileo 7.
The Galileo 7's the Marcus guy, right? Yeah, we have to get to Marcus 7. Kept saying it 100 times. Like, shut up already, Marcus. I want to hear it. The one for the menagerie wasn't even real. I guess he was real in the office, but then that's a question I always had. When did that admiral become an illusion? Like before they
Well,
left the station or the starbase?
Pat-
Or
Had to be.
And the
What
guy,
was his name again? Jose something or other, right? What was his name from the Menagerie? Jose something. Mendez. Thank you, John.
oh, okay, okay. I'm thinking of the guy in Court Martial.
Mm-mm.
Who was
Nurse
Barrett?
says Mr. Lurie was good.
Mr. Lurie.
Who was
Barris
Barris?
was evil.
I have guards around the grave. Guards around the Klingons. he was a dick too. You're right, Mr. Lurie. Admiral Chakotay. Yeah, he was good. I like
Yeah,
Chakotay.
he was good.
Chakotay.
That was an Admiral Chakotay.
Well, I think it was spelled I think it was
spelled
with a
differently.
J, right? Wasn't it Chakotay or?
Oh, okay.
But he's typing it Chakotay because that's kind of how it sounds. But
It was spelled Chekote.
okay, so it was slightly different. I thought it was a J, but okay. Ch.
The success of Sherman's planet is your responsibility.
Yeah. Sherman's planet. That's someplace Strange New Worlds can go to. Why not? They can start terraforming it, do something. You know, that's not going to interfere with continuity. Too much.
They'll find a way. They'll find a way.
Maybe they can visit K7. You know, I mean, there's so much to do that doesn't interfere with the original series. There's just so much.
K7 interferes with the original series.
What,
Trouble
just
with
visiting it? I mean, it's there. You know, like
They'll find a way.
They
go to the bar, hang out. You know.
They will fuck with the Tribble episodes if they go to K7.
Cyrano Jones didn't make it there yet. There's no Tribbles there yet. It's just a station.
Find a
They'll
way.
find a way. Cyrano Jones.
These people, I mean, talk about
Oh, it's not giving me any ideas.
people on a mission.
They're listening to this. Let's not give them any ideas, please.
Well,
You're right.
We know Strange New Worlds would make K7 like 900 times bigger.
Oh, that's true.
Have
100%.
like domes with mountains inside of them.
Domes, like Yorktown Station, right? Like that.
And it would have way too many windows.
Yes.
Way too many.
K7.
And somebody would be in transition.
Oh, of course. Of course.
I'm sure.
But I would like to just go hang out at that bar. It looked like a fun bar, you know? Let me just go and just pull my ship up there, beam over, hang out, have a few drinks, and just, you know, go to Sherman's planet, see what's up over there. That's
Yeah, they'd feel
They won't do it.
Sherman's planet with non-binaries. Stop it. Okay.
maybe Cestus 3. Oh, no, that's the Gorn again. We can't mess with that. We've
Yeah.
already blown that up already. Okay.
Oh my goodness. The Gorn.
Yeah, so we can't go there. We can't go to Cestus 3.
Yeah, they've already messed that one up royally.
And
You know, they could do a musical episode at the Shoreleaf planet.
Oh, that would be great.
God.
To have the bunny
God.
rabbit jumping around, singing and dancing with a top hat. Oh, that would be so cool. Finnegan could do like an Irish jig.
Developing a migraine. Oh God.
and the sad thing about the Gorn, they didn't even make it look intelligent.
It's like Jurassic Park, right? They're like velociraptors.
It looked like, you know, it was just all instinct. You know, it breaks
Yes.
out of the egg, it wants to eat. A couple of years later, when it matures, it wants to have sex and then eat. And then it eat. You know, I mean, they didn't even.
Like they're not sentient. They're just lizards. They're just driven by instinct, right? They're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least in Enterprise, they were more humanoid like. They were sentient, right? They spoke and stuff, right?
Yeah.
That was the point of it.
Yeah.
Okay. And if
Yeah.
you're familiar with the story that original series episode is based on,
Yeah.
it's the same thing, you know.
And Kirk even says he's intelligent when he's describing the animal
Yeah.
to this little voice recorder thing. He goes, like, intelligent, and they move slow, but they're. These Gorn don't move that slow. These Gorn move fast.
I agree with you, Thomas. The trouble with Edward was horrible.
A chicken
God, it was
sandwich and coffee. I want these things off the ship. I don't care how many minutes it takes. I just want these guys off the ship.
John says they roll up to
They're in the
K7
storage
and they are welcomed by
compartment,
Ms. Laurie. Yeah.
Storage compartments.
Welcome back,
The
Mercer.
what and the what?
Excuse me.
They can't go to the Guardian forever, right? Because that's supposed to be
Quattro
not known.
Triticale. Does anyone
Carl.
know what's his brain but me?
Where could they go that wouldn't interfere? I'm trying to think.
You
They
need
could
to
go to
find
I-
those
they-
fried
they-
egg aliens.
They can go to Signet Iosha.
They could go there, but then Kirk's checking in on the first time since 70 years ago, so they
Oh.
can't.
Oh, or they could go to that one planet where Sandoval lives.
The Spore Planet.
Yeah, they could go to the Sandoval's planet. Yeah.
Sandoval's
Here's an
planet.
idea. Go somewhere that we haven't seen before.
I know. I'm just trying to think of places they can go that don't mess with. I guess Enterprise already did that though, like Rigel 10 or all that stuff. They've already been all those places.
They could go to Mount Saleh again.
No,
could.
leave Mount Saleh alone.
You know, where Spock and his wife are supposed to meet up. You know.
Delta Vega. They can go to Delta Vega.
Yeah, that train's Delta Vega, orbiting Vulcan.
No, not that Delta
John.
Vega. The real Delta Vega. Never be seen again.
John says, or they could fall into a black hole and never be seen again.
We should be so lucky.
But then the original series wouldn't happen because the ship would be destroyed, right? You couldn't.
The
Yeah,
original
you wouldn't
series
have
is not
Pike
going to
in a
happen anyway.
EP wheelchair.
Pike's
They've
wheelchair.
broken.
yeah.
They've broken canon too much.
Maybe Pike can go wheelchair shopping. That's what he
Continuity. Pardon me. They've broken continuity too much.
continuity. They could discover the Badlands. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually not a bad idea, Thomas, to be honest with you, because that doesn't interfere with TOS. TOS never really went that way, right? To the Bajor Cardassian
They could
area.
discover Clock-to-Kill Brock, which is the Briar Patch.
Well, that's in Klingon territory, though, right?
I don't think so, dude, because Federation had Clock-to-Kill Brock in Insurrection.
Well, that wasn't the same Briar Patch. I think that was a different one.
No, it is the Briar Patch. There's only one Briar Patch.
Are you saying in Insurrection the Briar Patch was Clock to Kill Brock, a Klingon stronghold?
No. Clock-to-Kill Brock was a battle that was fought in the Briar Patch.
Well, by TNG time, though, they're allies, so they would have access to that area. So it could be in Klingon space.
But in DS9, what is it? The season
West time.
6 opener or season 5 opener? What was it? Apocalypse Rising. They went to Clock to Kill Brock, and it was a massive Klingon.
Well, they did. They went to Tiger Corps.
Oh, that's true. They went to Tiger Corps. Correct.
Clock-to-Kill Brock was the Briar Patch, just a Klingon word for it.
Well, that was what Soong called it, though.
Yeah, well, and it's also what Quark, what's his name? Core called it.
Who?
Core.
Core called it Clock to Kill Brock.
Yeah.
It was a battle, right?
When he was in Blood Oath, when he was on the holosuite fighting, that was the Battle of Clock-to-Kill Brock, or whatever the heck it's called, that he was fighting.
Right.
On the holosuite.
So John is confirming what you're saying. It says Arik Soong explains that Clock to Kill Brock and the Briar Patch are the same place.
Yes. See, I know my Star Trek more than Omni.
No. No one's saying you know more than Omni. It's just that
Yes,
I always
but everyone
assumed it
is
was something
saying
else.
I know more about Star Trek than Omni.
No. That's what he's saying. That's
Everybody
fine.
is saying that because I do.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Normal's backing me up on this.
She's backing you up on the Briar Patch.
Yep. See?
I remember seeing like one of those cartography maps where that Clock to Kill Brock was in Klingon space.
It's also in Klingon space and a lot of the games, Joe.
But well, whatever.
A couple of games.
It's just so weird that the insurrection talk more about the
Thomas.
war, about the Dominion War. And what was that planet with those dune buggies? What was that planet called? Solaris something with the Nion
Colaris. It was on the Jeopardy, wasn't it, last night?
Yeah.
Solaris. That was
Colaris.
such a lame planet. It's like the
Speaking
Three
of that,
Kings-
Cinnabon, where were
it's like
you?
the- It's like the Three
I was
Kings
there. I
planet.
didn't get in then round 1 and 2, and I just was too tired to play in round 3.
It was like the Three Kings planet because they overexposed the lens. So that
Oh, yeah.
it looked like an alien planet or something.
That's Stuart Baird for you. But
You're right.
so you're saying you
You're
were
right
in the
back.
backstage for 1 and 2?
Yeah.
So?
We're like halfway through round 2, and then I was tired, so I just dropped out.
Because we had a whole plan. Like the night before, we were studying, and you were going through the planets, and you were kind of you were psyching yourself up.
I watched his videos.
You watched his videos. I'm like, where were you? You weren't even there.
Round 1
Did
and
you
2 would have done great. Round 3, I was still watching, and I would have.
Did you know that
done terrible with those questions though?
Star Trek had an idea for something in the 70s, and I don't know if it was coincidence or not, but there was a Rush album, actually 2 Rush albums that use this concept of a ship going through a black hole and ending up as a Greek god. That was going to be the planet of the Titans, the Star Trek series that was going to come out in the 70s. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, we're
Planet-
talking about that for Phase 2, or before Phase 2, right? That
yeah,
was
it was called Planet of the Titans.
the Titans. It's
where
Gene Roddenberry's.
a ship goes through a black hole called Cygnus and ends up as a Greek god or something like that, which is exactly a story that was on 2 Rush albums, Cygnus X1 Part 1 and 2. Kind of a strange coincidence, or is it?
Never heard of it.
You know, the rock band Rush from Canada. They
Yeah,
had-
I know Rush.
Yeah. They had
Heavy
Cygnus
metal
X,
for nerds. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
yeah.
I'm
So
back.
they had this idea of doing that.
back.
It was the same kind of a similar idea that Star Trek was working with, and yeah, this is like before Phase 2, right?
Yeah, I'm glad Phase 2 didn't come about. It looked like it had failure written all over it.
Yeah, I think I would have killed Star Trek.
I do think I'm not like I like the motion picture, but I don't love it. I don't really like it that much. I mean, I appreciate it, but I don't watch it. The motion
Nothing wrong with the motion picture. You should see what they've done with it now. Okay, it's okay. It's Roddenberry's wet dream. Okay, I'll give it.
Yeah.
But all the long shots of the Enterprise, and it establishes scale. And for guys like me that grew up watching the original series, it gets you back into.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the film. I just don't like it. You know
I
what
just
mean?
hate those fucking uniforms they were wearing. I'm like, what the. Okay, I'm looking at Uhura. How do you go to the bathroom?
The jumpsuit.
I didn't like season 1 uniforms for TNG either.
Yeah, how those guys go to the bathroom?
And that's the same, but that's Gene Roddenberry's vision. He likes that one-piece, tight-ass spandex. That's Roddenberry all day.
No, it always
And then the
fascinated me.
actors, they revolted. Next Generation.
I always liked when Scion says least, but it was just kind of strange to me how like most of that episode, Riker is standing right in front of Picard, so Picard has to how does he see anything? Screen. If Riker's standing right in front of him. looking at the stuff on the view screen. You know,
You did that a lot, though.
yeah, but just mainly in that episode.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think you guys are being unfair to Picard earlier when you were talking about taking over the ship because like,
We
the
lost
game
ship
was
a
not
lot.
his fault, and
What
obviously
do you-
somebody would have gotten him to play.
What do you mean the game wasn't his fault? I mean, he played it. He didn't have to play it.
Well, he played it because they told him to.
Yeah.
I mean, Picard just doesn't strike me as a video game guy.
You don't know. I mean, did he strike you as a guy that drives dune buggies?
No.
Remember that episode when he threw a punch? How ridiculous he looked.
Which one did he throw a punch?
He's
Look
talking
for it.
about the
Look for it.
Starfish
I want
Mine.
you to look for it. Okay.
Hold on. Let me think.
shore
now.
leave, the shore leave episode where he's on shore when he's taking a vacation.
Oh, and he punches
He punches
punches
the
Max
triangle.
Grodenchek.
Yeah.
Now
See,
it's another one.
Starfish
when
Mine.
when he's fighting Tuvok and those guys, those other clowns, he gets beat up by the chick. Oh, by the way, I mentioned it earlier and nobody brought it up. Kira got beat up by a girl in Invasive Procedures. Big time.
Yeah.
Big time she got beat up. Like seriously beat up.
Well, it was a chick fight. Okay.
It was a pathetic chick fight. Kira should have won.
Yes, I'm looking at a map here. You're right. So the Briar Patch, clock to Kelbrock, but it's in Federation space. I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's in Federation space. that's
It's
all.
near Klingon space, kind of.
And maybe the
kind of.
borders were different back when Kor and Koloth were legends and
No.
stuff. You know, back when they were doing KGUB 4 battle and stuff. What was that KGUB 4?
Yeah, Caleb 4. It's kind of in a direct line with K7, Sherman's Planet, Agilon, Arcanus. It's in that general area.
What
but
map
it's
are you
on
looking
the
at?
Federation
I don't have
side.
access to these maps.
Let me put a link to it. I guess I kind of like.
Don't sweat it. But yeah, I'm playing Tetris anyway. Do you really think that the Borg could be taken down by an invasive program that looks like a hearing aid?
No.
That was kind of weird that they thought they could do that with just a picture. What was it, like a picture of what? I don't even know what it was.
The shape is a paradox. It cannot exist.
But Nechayev thought it was going to work.
It might have.
You know, I'm really glad that Riker got to tear down the set for that play. You know, I think that totally relieved a lot of anxiety I had about that play.
I hated that episode.
You hated that episode? Why? It was good.
I don't know. I just really did not like it. That was dumb.
Really?
No, that's one where the writing was weak.
Yeah.
It was toward the end of the run of the show, and they had to do something.
I like that episode. It was fun.
Now,
Which,
if-
wait
I
a
like
minute,
masks too, but of course everybody hates masks.
which episode are you talking about?
Frame of Mind, where
That was
Riker-
excellent.
Yeah, Frame of Mind was badass. It was
I don't.
badass.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know why. I just was one of those episodes I just did not like when I was watching it originally. I still don't like it.
Because you don't see Riker as going crazy. That's part of it.
Well, Riker always goes. He either goes crazy or he doesn't get sleep, and then he goes crazy. You know, it's like, you know, I didn't get any sleep last night, but he shows up to work like looking like crap. He's like, I didn't get any sleep last night. You know, and he's like falling asleep while Data's trying to read his poetry about his cat.
Yeah.
You anticipated my denouement a little early.
John says you want to take down the Borg, trick them into assimilating Discovery episode. The paradoxes would destroy them.
No, just trick them into like memorizing Data's cat poem.
Ode to Spot.
Oh, I loved it when Riker was like in the. It looked like he was in the observation lounge, but I guess it was supposed to be a different set where he flings his arm up in the air and he's like. Then he starts reading Ode to Spot, but he was trying to read a play that Beverly wrote. He's like, the play is not here.
Yeah, Fistful of
Yeah.
Datas. Yeah.
Fistful. Yeah.
The play is not here. What happened to the play?
Felis
That was the one
Catus.
That was the one where like Data was like in the Western.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That was directed by Patrick Stewart. Did you know that?
Yeah, he did a good job with it.
Yeah, I mean, he did a decent job. What is it called? What was Deadwood that they were in? Was that the actual?
They were in the
name?
town of Deadwood. Yeah.
Is it supposed to be the same Deadwood that was in the TV show?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
were at Al Swearingen's joint. That was the bar. Right? That was the gem.
Fucking hoople heads.
By the way,
Hoopleheads.
I think the best Western that they ever did was North Star. I think North Star was awesome.
That was the word to remember from that show, wasn't Hooplehead.
Hooplehead. That and cocksucker, right?
North Star was
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
You saw North Star, right, Omni?
What's that?
You saw North Star, right? The one, the Enterprise episode?
Yeah, I liked it a lot with the Skagarans. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was actually pretty well done. That reminded me. All right, that very much reminded me of a Quantum Leap episode, though. Seeing Bakula
Yeah.
just in
Yeah.
that full Western regalia, I'm like, okay, what is this? We're doing the Quantum Leap thing, you know? Like he's assuming some
I really like
cowboy's
how they-
identity.
I really like how at the end, though, they decided just, hey, let's screw the Western trope and let's just come down with our shuttle. We'll not even try to hide it. And then, like, they had this little gunfight where the guy takes a hostage. So Reed decides to shoot the hostage. And then
Yeah.
he shoots him.
It was a clever episode. I liked it. I liked it a lot, actually.
There's commentary track for that. That's one of the few episodes that you can have a commentary track for on the disc.
It almost kind of reminded me of the 37s a bit. Not the way
Yeah.
it looked, but the premise where
Yeah.
Oh
you know,
yeah, it's the same.
humans
premise.
were captured and
Yeah, only it was better. 37's like let's talk about these awesome cities we built that you're not going to see because we don't have the budget to show you the cities. You know.
Which the 37s, that would have been a perfect planet for the Voyager crew to just stay.
they're humans.
I really hated that episode. Why was the truck floating in space anyway?
And how would it rust in space?
I don't know.
You need oxygen to rust anything.
And I love how like Voyager is they're so into what they do that they can't think. Like I think Amelia Earhart was supposed to be a big surprise, but as soon as you see the truck and then they go to like the credits and then they show the truck in the cargo bay. Oh, guest starring such and such actress as Amelia Earhart. Right on the credits that they're supposed to keep.
Oh, did it say that? Did it really?
Yeah, it said this person is playing Amelia Earhart.
Oh, wow.
And you know what's funny about Voyager is like you watch any Voyager episode, you could tell whether the episode is going to be serious or a comedy just based on the bridge. If the bridge is brightly lit, it's going to be a comedy. If it's like very dark and you can't see squat, it's a serious episode.
I see we have a lot of interest in this truck. John said, and they beam the truck on board, and Ensign Idiot asks if it's a hover car.
That's true. That's another reason why Ensign Kim's a moron.
He is a moron.
Thomas was
no.
saying it was already rusty. That's true. It could have been rusting on Earth.
But
They beamed
here-
it onto the UFO, ejected it out into space, and okay, yeah, I guess I could see
the
that.
really bad part is Tom Paris started the truck up.
That's crazy, right? How would that thing start?
Yeah, I don't know. Did you notice that when they went into the holodeck in the Cloud episode, Paris had his own little holodeck Paris thing in Paris. I don't know where. I think it took place in Paris, and there's this couple, and they look like they're getting ready to arm wrestle, not like hang out. You noticed? Did you remember that? But yeah, they get ready to arm wrestle.
Aravic says Riker. What did he say here? When Riker de-evolved and the computer was like, "Please repeat the request." Computer.
That was another terrible episode.
Computer. Send a message to.
The Barclay Spider.
Yeah.
The weirdest single scene for me in almost all of Star Trek is when there's a Klingon and he's on like some alien holodeck and he's like, I can see my house from here. I'm like, really, dude? That was like the weirdest single moment in all of Star Trek. I can see my house from here. I'm like, did I really just hear a Klingon say that?
They should
I
just
thought
have
that
that
was
chick
Stargate.
come in and be like, "Here, try these beads now."
I'll
Stick
take
your
these
hands in
rosary
these.
bleeds and I'll shove them up your nose. It was, it's really disappointing when, all right, in Enterprise, you have like, okay, Brandon Braga and Rick Berman, they came up with the show, right? So they could do anything they want. They're the guys that created the show. So they write a script that uses Klingons and it uses location photography. It uses the crew. It feels like it's very highly produced. I'm talking about the episode Marauders, right? And when the trailers came out, all my friends are like, "Oh man, this is gonna get into like why the Federation and the Klingons hate each other." Nope, it's just a really boring episode where nothing happens. We're just like, "Oh, the Klingons are annoying these people, and we're gonna get them to leave."
So North Star reminded me of Quantum Leap. That story, that episode reminded me of the 18.
But what I'm saying is, like, they could have done a story that actually like built up something in Star Trek, actually created like a backstory for why the Federation and the Klingons were enemies or whatever. But instead, it's just like, Archer just didn't like what the Klingons were, the bullies, that they're being bullies, and that's the whole point of the episode. Teach a man to fish, and he wants to fish again, or some BS he's talking about. I liked the episode, but it really wasn't good. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't say it's bad. I mean,
It's not great. It could have been. That's
it
what I'm
doesn't.
saying.
It doesn't have anything of galactic importance. I granted, but I mean
It could have been really good if they realized. They didn't realize until the third or fourth season that Enterprise could actually tell more ambitious stories. It's almost like they forgot what they were doing.
It was more about the frontier back then. Like we were, this was a group of, they weren't humans, but they looked like humans, right? And they were being bullied by the Klingons.
Right.
They were just trying to protect them from, I don't know.
But they could have, with the production budget that they had for that episode and the writers that they had, which were the people that created the show, so they could do anything, they could have done a really good story about anything. And they just chose to play it really safe and really boring. It was basically a Bug's Life. That's what that episode was. It was a Bug's Life. It's exactly the story. And it was Seven Samurai. It was like a million different stories, but it was nothing ambitious. It just was I go on Jammer's review. Remember that guy Jammer I told you about?
Yeah, you told me about that. Yeah.
He's great. And in his review of that episode, he just called it milquetoast. It was about as bland as an average as you could possibly make that premise. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't bad enough to be good. You know what I mean?
Jammer was an excellent reviewer.
Yeah. He was saying that it wasn't even bad enough to be good. You know what I mean? Or good enough to be bad. He's great. Jammer's lost it right lately because he's actually doing Lower Decks and he's actually doing Discovery, and he said he'd never do them, but he did them. But like back when he was in the 90s, he was great. He's a great reviewer. Although I don't know why he's doing Discovery, because it's ridiculous. It's BS. Discovery.
Somebody has to.
I guess. Yeah, if you like watching it, I don't watch it.
I don't enjoy it, but I mean, I do it.
I stopped watching
I mean,
it.
I was under
Like
contract.
midway
to
through
watch it.
season 3. I'm surprised I got that far. I watched it midway through season 3, and I'm like, what the hell is this show? Like, literally, in the first episode of season 3, she walks like 7 miles and gets into a fight with Book, who's like 3 times her size, and wins. I'm like, really? I really don't like that show at all. I just can't deal with it.
Well, y'all won. It's over. 5 seasons. I gave up on it. I gave up. Threw in the towel. They're putting all their eggs in the Strange New Worlds basket right now.
Thursday's it.
They also have to make
Final episode.
their newest hit, Starfleet Academy.
Is it the
Oh,
final
God.
episode already?
God.
Yes, it's the final episode ever of Star Trek Discovery on Thursday.
Oh no, they're going to bring it back. They're going to put that guy Raymond, whatever his name
Rayner.
is, Tilly and
Rayner.
Rayner. They're going to put Rayner and Tilly, and they're going to probably have the future version of Discovery that was in that short trek. They're probably going to call it what was that episode called? The short trek with the futuristic ship. They're probably just going to repackage the show. It's going to be Discovery, but it's going to be repackaged with a different name.
I
Well,
don't
Tilly's
know.
going
They've
to
canceled the show. It's-
Academy.
No, but it's going to be repackaged. You know it is. You know they're just going to call it
I
something
don't-
else.
I don't think so.
The actors have all been released. It's done. It's over.
Yeah, but they're going to bring it back. Like they're going to bring back at least 1 or 2 elements from it and just call it something else. What was the name of that episode?
Starfleet Academy is going to be Tilly's show.
Yeah.
It's going to be.
What was the name of that episode where it was in the future of Discovery?
I don't remember.
Thomas says Calypso, he thinks.
Calypso. That's what it's
Oh,
going to be.
that's-
It's gonna
that's
be
it.
Calypso.
But that was Discovery. That was
Right.
the
They're
ship
just going to call
Discovery.
it Calypso. They're going to make a whole new show called Calypso. It's going to be Discovery.
We
I want this new Trek shit to die.
It will be in a couple of years. It'll be gone. 2 more
I'll-
years of Strange New Worlds, and you get your wish.
All of you should be just fed up, sick, and tired with this bullshit. It's not good writing. It's not good storytelling. It's not good acting.
And we actually saw Discovery from that short trek in a recent episode of Discovery.
Yeah, I didn't
For
watch it.
just for a brief moment or two.
Oh, the time bug one. It was.
Yeah, that's the time bug one
Mhm.
where they were jumping around in time.
Dude, didn't they try to bring back like Mud in the first season or the second season?
They
or
did.
something?
First
They
season.
brought
yeah.
him back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm like,
And then he
no.
was in a short trek.
Yep.
That was so
And then
fucking
Edward,
pathetic for that character.
and then Edward is like they like this is the end of the conversation, but you can't talk because it's the end of the conversation. I really hate that episode where she talks down to him. You know,
Thomas says he doesn't think it wasn't that far in the future. I disagree because you heard the music from that short trek. And then there was like nobody on the ship.
Except Zora.
I remember the last time I truly got excited for Star Trek was when, like the last time when Star Trek truly blew my mind was when, you know, Archer goes over and he's like, look, and he zooms in and you see the Constitution Defiant in like an asteroid. That was the last time I remember completely being knocked off my socks watching Star Trek. You know, it was like they are going after the original series Defiant. That was awesome. That was
Well,
the last time it's ever happened.
Everyone's going to get their wish pretty soon. It's going to be gone. It's going to be
You
gone.
know
We'll
what's
have nothing
funny? Like,
nothing new to talk
when was the
about.
last time? When was the last time you actually got Star Trek actually knocked your socks off?
It's been a long time. It's been a
You
long.
know, that
I
was
mean,
last
even
time for me, was the
2009.
Pale Moonlight.
Okay, but that was even earlier than what I'm talking about.
That was the
Nemesis
last time
sucked.
it
So
did.
yeah, the end of Enterprise. That was probably the best. The Zindi arc was really interesting.
Right.
Season 4 was really good. And I didn't appreciate it that much back then, but I've come to appreciate it. So that's where, yeah, after that, it just kind of fell off the rails. 2009 sucked, Star Trek. I didn't like it.
I like Beyond, but that's just I think it's fun. It's
I
fine.
resent that whole universe. They blew
Yeah,
up Vulcan.
I don't like the universe.
They
but
blew up
I liked
Vulcan.
Beyond as a movie. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun.
No, they just didn't have to do all that, though. They could have just done it differently. And the whole universe makes me upset. More than the Strange New Worlds, because it's supposed to, and Discovery and all that, because at least they're trying to pretend they're in the prime universe.
So that's what bugs me about those shows because they don't even. They're just terrible. The fact that they're acting like they're canon is even worse than the fact that they're canon.
I'm trying to just suspend my disbelief. I'm trying to watch it and hope there's something interesting to watch. I'm hoping. I'm just watching on hope. And I see glimmers of hope. I do see it possibly getting somewhat good. But
Today I've been on
we've
an
seen it with
Orville-
Discovery. We've seen it.
Today I was on an Orville binge. I watched Nothing on Earth Excepting Fishes, and I watched Midnight Blue, and I really enjoyed it. Felt like Star Trek.
Well, that could have happened in an alternate universe where they actually gave Seth MacFarlane Star Trek like he wanted. He rallied for it. He went to Paramount. He talked to these people.
You know, his boy,
And
he
they
tried
rejected
to buy
him.
the franchise. He tried to buy it from them.
Even if they just give him a showrunner, say, okay, go have fun, make a Star Trek show. He would have loved it. He would have loved it. It would have been great.
But I like.
He's such a Star Trek fan, and they could have.
I love
They could
how
have taken out some of the humor, you know. They could have kept it a little bit more serious, maybe, you know, because it's Star Trek. But
Well, Star Trek is funny too. I love how
yeah, well, they push it on the Orville. Yeah.
That the lady her favorite character in Raiders of the Lost Ark was Belloc. was
Who?
Belloc from Raiders of the Lost Ark, the bad guy.
Oh,
That was her favorite character. Belloc.
Ervix is supposed to be Nivar. Well, the one they blew up on that movie was not Nivar. It was Vulcan. Nivar.
Oh yeah, in 2009
Yes.
they destroyed Vulcan.
Yes. That's when
They-
I got angry. I was enjoying the movie up until that point, and I go, "What?
No.
Huh?
What
What?
ticked me off was they made Spock a mama's boy.
But they hinted at that a little bit on Star Trek 4. They hinted at that on Journey to Babel. Even the animated series, they always kind of hinted at it a little bit.
No, the thing about Spock was he was just like Sarek. And the two of them were at loggerheads so bad that neither one of them stopped to recognize it.
Okay.
That's the one thing I
Which
did
happens a
love
lot
about the
between
reboot.
father and son.
One
Because
thing
they see the bad, the part of them that they don't like. That's what they mostly see
right.
in the other one. And that was the thing. Spock was not a mama's boy.
Not a mama's boy, but
don't know.
he struggled with his humanity, and his mother saw that. And
I
they had a
did
unique
love-
relationship because of that.
I did love Sarek, the guy that played Sarek in the Mirror Universe, in the Kelvin universe. I thought he was fantastic.
Might as well be the Mirror Universe. Yeah, I mean,
Ben Cross. Ben Cross
Oh, he was
played
good.
him,
He
and
was
he
good.
didn't do an impression of Leonard, but it was
No, he
clear
was
it
good.
the same character.
he was good. So yeah, I mean that's a good question you raised, Mercy. When's the last time you actually enjoyed Star Trek? When's the last
I
time you
enjoyed
actually?
it, but, like literally was floored by it. Yeah, like that like anybody can enjoy it because it's just we always enjoy. Thing about Star Trek is most of the time it's boring and we still love it because it's boring or because it's just it's like a staple in our lives. We kind of enjoy it. So like to enjoy it, to just simply enjoy it is not really getting at my question. My question is, when was the last time it just knocked your socks off? You're like, really? That is awesome.
It's been
You
too
know,
long to
like,
remember. It's been
remember
over
the old
20
days
years.
when-
I can't answer that question because it's
Remember
it's
like
all
when the
been.
Borg first showed up and you hear that music and then you hear Picard
course.
saying,
Yeah,
well,
it's a
we've
momentous-
engaged the
yeah.
Borg. That knocked your socks off. I mean, don't tell
Right.
me it didn't.
No,
You know what I mean?
Of course, of course.
Probably for me, it would be In a Mirror Darkly.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, in a mirror dark. When
Yeah.
and the moment that I picked out was when he showed up and we got to zoom in on that asteroid that showed the constellation class Defiant. It's like you knew shit was gonna go down. You know, it was the classic Constitution class Defiant. You knew shit was gonna happen.
And Thomas has a good point in chat. Remember when Spock didn't see T'Pring since they were kids?
Yeah.
Well, Strange New Worlds writers didn't.
Yeah.
I mean,
And-
that could be explained around, but okay, but we'll leave it alone. We've already been down that road before. You know, yeah.
It was Marty McFly's fault. It was the humpback whale's fault.
So what my point is, we'll have nothing to talk about in a couple of years. So once Strange New Worlds ends, nothing new to talk about. We'll still have things to talk about, but nothing new to talk about.
Oh,
So-
we'll have
You know what we
Starfleet
should
Academy.
We should arrange our own convention where we all meet up together and we tour those sets in Ticonderoga in New York and see the original series and take a picture.
That would be great.
That'd be great. I'd love to see you.
But I want to
guys.
go to the one in Georgia. I want to go to Vic's, the one in
Well,
Georgia. That's
I'm
what,
just saying New York because it's closer. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
At least for me, it's we could go there and hang out and do the set tour. That'd be cool. Let's meet
And-
Shatner.
When we're in engineering, can you grab that stick out of the console, the one that Kirk beat Khan to death with? What if you start grabbing at that thing? What'll happen? Okay.
I went
No,
there.
you know what
Probably
I want?
kicked out of
I
there.
want the belt buckle that Chekhov reads when he's like, Botany Bay. Botany Bay. Oh, no.
Oh, no. We've got to get out of here now. Damn.
Or what if you're in Spock's quarters and you smash the TV set with your double fist? You went, boom! Just
I want the eel. I want the eel prop that they use for the SETI eel. The last remaining indigenous life form. Not quite domesticated. That's what I want. I want
yeah, but that won't be in the TOS set. This is a TOS set.
I know, but that's what I want anyway.
Oh, okay, all right.
I want to see it.
John says he thought Prodigy was pretty good by modern standards, but the last time Trek knocked his socks off would be season 4 of Enterprise.
Yeah, I agree, John. 100%.
Yeah. Prodigy is good.
Here's the thing: when Discovery first came out, and they talked about the Defiant, and they showed like a schematic of it, and it was a Constitution Defiant, I thought that would knock my socks off, and then they didn't actually show it at that time. Remember
The ship
that-
looked strange and the cells were pointed funny, right?
Yeah,
Everyone
I
was
like-
dissecting that diagram back then. I remember that back
Yeah, and I was
2018.
thinking I was gonna get psyched because they were gonna
Uh-huh.
connect it to In the Mirror Darkly or whatever, and I was thinking this is gonna be awesome, and it was just like what? And then they go out on the hull and they change the lettering on the ship in 5 minutes to be ISS. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is
Space
so-
paint.
And then there was an episode of Strange New Worlds where they went out on the hull, and I don't remember the episode, which episode it was. But it's like, this is the oldest piece of the hull ever, even though the previous season, when we were fighting, we lost that part of the hull.
Yeah, and Discovery season 2.
I'm just like, this show is bad. It just is bad. It's not even good bad. It's just bad.
Thomas Putt says, because we all know an adult male keeps a picture of his fiancee as a kid, despite seeing her all the time.
He may
Nemesis
keep
was
that
bad.
picture, but he wouldn't be looking at that particular picture probably.
Nemesis was bad too.
Could have been a
I mean,
slideshow. It could have been a slideshow. There could have been that picture and then pictures of
He
her.
just
She was
pauses on
older.
that for hours.
I mean,
Well,
look at
Okay, salty cast.
remember when they went to the lower decks and Riker was fighting the guy from Terminator.
Ron Perlman.
Ron Perlman. It wasn't the Terminator, but Ron Perlman. And
Beauty and the
somehow
Beast.
there's this big
Yeah.
empty shaft. Where did that come from?
That's the same shaft they used in Star Trek V, the turbo shaft.
Yeah, it's where the Emperor was destroyed.
It's the
you know?
same one. It's 75 decks tall and it goes backwards sometimes. You can go up to down, down to up. But yeah, that's it.
Repeat the same deck.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, guys, hate to
I
cut
like
things
that. I like
off,
that whole
but
bit.
Yeah, I'm getting tired too.
I like that whole
I'm
bit.
getting
You went over
tired.
with it.
I've
The
got to
guy
take all
dresses-
this shit back
He forgets
inside.
to get his uniform on, and he comes
Mhm.
up and he's like, mellow alert. He's like, I'm allowed to wear whatever I want on duty. Mellow alert. Anyway. All right, guys. Have a good night.
You too, Mercer.
Thank you,
guys-
Cinnabon.
You guys
Thank
get-
you, guys.
Take it
all
easy,
for hanging
Mercer.
out tonight. Thanks a lot for everyone in the chat
Just
for hanging
remember,
out.
Omni.
Hope you enjoyed.
Before you
Yeah.
go, Omni, I know
Yes,
more
sir.
about Star Trek than you.
Well, that's good to know. No one ever said I knew more than you.
I'm just busting your chops.
Mercer
You know
will
that,
see you
right?
You
on the
can bust
battle.
away. I'll see you in the Briar Patch, Mr. Buster. I'll see you over there. Clock the kettle, brach.
No, you're good. You're good. I just like busting them.
You can bust away, sir. I love it.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Take care,
Have a good
brother.
night, Mercer.
Have a good night, all.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot for everyone hanging out in the chat. Have a good night, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the fire and the conversation tonight, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye, guys.
Later.
Thanks, Cinna. See you tomorrow for Babylon 5.
Babylon 5.